It's 11:59 at Radio Free America, and this is Uncle Sam with music and the truth until dawn. Right now, I got a few words for some of our brothers and sisters in the occupied zone. The chair is against the wall. The chair is against the wall. John has a long mustache. John has a long mustache. It's 12 o'clock, Americans, another day closer to victory. And for all of you out there on or behind the lines, this is your song.
And welcome everybody to our daily gun show. Come to you live normally weeknights at midnight, but today we're doing it a little bit differently. I got screwed up on my schedule last night, so we're doing the weekly wrap up in the middle of the day on a Saturday, and Tony's joining us. So I was just going to ask, thanks first off, thanks Tony for jumping in. Thanks for joining.
Hey man, glad I could be here.
So normally we do the Ask Gun questions around this time of the week, but I've been a couple of things. I screwed up the thing last night. I fell asleep in front of the open window. It was a nice breezy night, and it was super hot yesterday. So it just got me the cool breeze and the laying down for longer than I should have. I just completely fell asleep. So that'll happen every once in a while when you do a midnight show. Apologize to the people that might have been awake, waiting for the show to happen. And anyway, so I'm going to do the show, or I wanted to do the show because I like to wrap up the week here. But I've always been curious what would happen if I brought a co-host on. So I appreciate Tony jumping in and playing co-host in this one. A little bit different format than we normally do because we've got not a script, but actual something to follow along. So before we get going, so anybody who may not know who Tony Simon is, thanks again for joining. You want to take a second and let people know who you are, what you do?
Yeah, sure. I'm Tony Simon. I host a Second Amendment workshop in New Jersey called the Second is for Everyone Diversity Shoot, where I introduce people to firearm safety, gun owners, and the Second Amendment organizations in their state. I've been doing this since 2015. I'm a firearms instructor. Volunteer firearms instructor for pretty much anything anybody can come up with that needs a volunteer. So I work with different Second Amendment organizations as a volunteer to introduce people to firearms. I just finished speaking at the Gun Owners of America conference. I've spoken at SHOT Show. I've spoken in Arizona for their Second Amendment organization. So I'm a 2A advocate and I do some stuff. And I'm also co-host of Firearms Radio Network's Gun and Gear Review podcast. So I've been around for a minute and I do some stuff. And I'm not afraid to put opinions out there that may annoy some people.
Right on. I just decided to start answering Woods here right as you ended speaking there. So it was an awkward pause. But he was asking about questions. And I'm saying, yeah, if you really want to ask a question, feel free. Kind of merging the show right now, or at least the time frame. So on Friday nights, though, we like to wrap. So thanks again, Tony, for joining us and for doing the experimental co-host thing here. We used to have co-hosts on the show. The show started with me and Bob as co-hosts, and then we had all kinds of co-hosts over the years, different ways. And this show's 1,900 episodes almost. We're at 1,800 and whatever that says, 60 episodes. So we've been doing the show since 2016. In all different kinds of ways. So I've had co-hosts, I guess is what I'm saying, but not for this wrap up. I don't think. I think I started doing the wrap up a couple years back. Anyway, so I've been curious to see if it would, because I like to keep it like an hour if I can. And whenever you have people on, you start the discussion and, it becomes longer than an hour. But I don't know what people want and things change. So I appreciate you being willing to kind of experiment here. But what we do is get together on Fridays and wrap up the things that have been important that week in relation to the Second Amendment, what our Second Amendment protects, and then guns in that order. So as activists, as people with an eye on the long game, staying in the game and not succumbing to some of the pitfalls along the way, people that have been advocates for a while or people that are just thinking about it and, understanding that there's a difference between being a gun owner and a Second Amendment activist. This show is designed to keep people aware of the important things that might be going on, at least that I'm familiar with, that I'm aware of. So we take all this information and we put it into the description of the YouTube video, and then it's here on Substack. I'm scrolling through it kind of quickly. We'll be talking about the Second Amendment news this week. We'll be talking about the videos and things, the content that's been posted with a focus on the Second Amendment or that's useful as activists. Then we'll get into the gun-related stuff, and we'll talk about some radio shows that I listen to, as well as some military interview shows. And then if we got time, we'll look at gun calendars to see what's coming up events-wise and kind of history's happened. And then if we still have time at the very end, we'll talk about the kind of stuff that, or just some of the stuff that we've done this week on the Gun Websites channel. So with that in mind, we also take this information. We're not just doing this to do it. We're taking this information and we're spreading it around the web. So all the stuff, all the people, and all the projects we're talking about here can use your help, can use our help to spread the word. That's how the internet works. It's a network. So we put this information on our Patreon blog, and we want to thank our Patreons. There's a scroll at the bottom of the screen. Patreons are the capitalists who financially support our projects. We have lots and lots of websites out there. We do things on social. We try to support other folks out there, and we're able to do that because of our Patreons. That's our main blog. We have a newsletter that is probably neglected, but it does exist. You can feel free to join it if you want. There's no cost. We're not harvesting emails or anything. It's just an email version of all this. The Substack is what we're looking at right now. You can join this and get it as an email. And then there's the Instagram, and then we podcast this. So this audio will go over to the internet in audio form over to pretty much all the different audio platforms, iTunes, Stitcher, iHeartRadio, and wherever you are out there listening as a podcast. We encourage you to leave us some feedback, give us a thumbs up, along with all the other shows that you value. That's really the best way as a podcast listener that you can offer constructive, or you can help constructively. I mean, obviously financial support is awesome. We're all, trying to do this, and the financial stuff is always an issue. But as far as effort and helping out, when you go to your podcast platform and maybe update something or look for new podcasts or edit things, please, I'm encouraging you to thumb up, leave a comment, interact with the various, whatever podcasts you listen to, the ones that you value. It really is one of the best things you can do for us as people out here doing this on the audio side. Anyway, so that's why we do this, so that we can spread this information around about all the stuff we're going to be talking about here for the next hour or so. So thanks for joining us. We do this live because I value the interactive nature of the internet. I've been doing live stuff on the internet since 2010. So, we're going to be saying hey to the people that are joining us out there, like Woods, we mentioned earlier. Mike White is out there. Thanks for your support. I need to get back with you about Gun Rights Policy Conference. I'm still not 100% sure I'm going, but I appreciate the invite. Then we got Gizzard out there. He does his show normally right before this show. Some people would call it the opening act. Some people would call our show the after party. However you want to look at it, Gizzard hosts a live show on Fridays. Thanks for that. And Mike is saying the passing of Paul Howell this week. Paul Harrell, sorry. I don't know him and I never even watched a video, so I really have, I understand that a lot of people like the guy, and we've had people in the community. There's this thing called a parasocial relationship. It's the relationship we as audiences have with figureheads and celebrities and figures or whoever. And we, in the United States at least, have a special parasocial relationship thing going. I mean, other countries probably have it too. I guess Hitler was sort of a master at that. So I always hesitate because whenever I hear parasocial relationships, just some new word I learned this year to put a word on this. But that's my thing, is I always am concerned about celebrity because it doesn't do us. It's not a valuable thing. I think you do it in a great way. Like, you're casual with it. You're comfortable, being a figurehead, but you're not. I mean, I know I've known you long enough. I think I can say you're not. That's not your objective or your goal, and you're not using that as a weapon or using that as a credit card or anything. So, and I don't know Paul at all. It's just that, so I know that people have a relationship with that guy because his videos would come up quite often, like a respect or a reverence for the guy. but I just never even watched a video. I don't watch anybody on YouTube really. So, I mean, I watch some live stuff on YouTube, but I really didn't put anything in here about that. But if you want to say something, feel free.
Yeah. So I watch Paul Harrell a lot. I fell into it. Who knows how? But the guy really makes some good videos if you're a gun nerd. If you want to know the difference between 10 millimeter and 41 Magnum, he did a video on it. If you wanted to compare 40 and 45 ACP, he did a video on it, and he did it in a fair way most of the time, all the time that I know of. And he got into the weeds. So he was in the National Guard. He was also in the Marine Corps before that. He was on Marine Security Forces. He shot competitively in his home state and won a lot. And he would shoot like the old school, like Weaver stance or isosceles or one of those. Just it's an old ass stance, but it's still effective. It would be really good videos given in the way of an old school NCO. You know what I mean? Like the way they would talk to you and teach. It was worthwhile because he didn't say anything extra, but he did get into the weeds, like giving you feet per second. He'd shoot it on screen, go through like 5 rounds of each ammo type, tell you the velocity of each one, or he'd tell you, fast forward till you see me standing beside a chart so you can skip over the boring part. Like he was aware. He never really used his fame like that. I didn't even know other people watched him like that until he got sick. When he got sick, Johnny Appalachia or Johnny B actually reached out to me and went, "Hey, we're selling shirts to help raise money to send to Paul's family because he's really sick. Could you help us promote it and we'll send you a shirt?" So he sent, I didn't know how many people he sent it out to because again, I don't participate in a lot of online bullcrap with people. I have friends and that's where I draw the line at. We cool. Well, it ends up he only sent it out to like 50 something people, but it raised $85,000 for his family, and that got sent to him. And just a cool dude that gave a lot of information out there. I mean, he even did the Miami shootout, like recreation. Um, Good stuff. Good stuff by a dude that was on the range, and he didn't really get into politics much. Like he wasn't ranting. He do one every now and again. He had a pretty cool Thanksgiving special that you could watch if you wanted to. Entertaining. He was like nothing fancy without the acronyms, and not as annoying.
Yeah, different style, I'm assuming.
Yeah, different style. He didn't really preach to you. He would say, "This is what I've seen," or "This is my opinion. Feel free to make up your own." Have your own or whatever like that. He was really a humble dude. And I think the thing that blew me away, after he passed, he put out a video. He made a video when he first got diagnosed, and he knew, not when he first got diagnosed, but when he knew the end was coming. And they didn't get the cancer in time, and he apologized for dying. And I thought that was the most Paul Harrell thing that a dude could do. He was like, "I don't regret anything I've done. I think we put out some good information. I thought we'd have longer. Even after I got diagnosed, I thought we'd have longer. And for that, I apologize." And I'm like, that's gangster as hell. So, yeah, I'm making up my own video. It's not going to be a big thing. It's going to be just a little tribute thing. Small, because I think everything that's said need to be said. But I just want to put something out as a fan of his. And truthfully, if I could have an effect like he did on people in the education and Second Amendment sphere and knowledge of firearms and stuff like that, promoting self-sufficiency in people through their knowledge of firearms and that Venn diagram of self-sufficiency, firearms ownership, and everything else, I'd consider myself blessed. Yeah, definitely Gizzy Gary. He's like, "I'm showing you a way, but not the way." That was pretty much his attitude.
Right on. Well, I appreciate that. Like I say, I knew that he had passed, and I knew that he was a person that people talked about. So I really appreciate you being here to put that in, have that included. Thanks to Mike White for bringing that up, and Gizzard for adding his points. So, Getting into the rest of the news of the week, because that's recent. This month is National Suicide Prevention Month. I wouldn't be doing my part if I wasn't nagging. We have national level organizations that bring in tens of millions of dollars a year. And the number one, the 65% of gun murders or gun deaths are suicide. Why isn't this something that we are standing at every gun shop? Everyone knows about it. Every range, everybody knows about this. We don't normalize the talks about mental health without making this stuff part of our culture. So this is National Suicide Prevention Month. It's not something that the gun community came up with, but we should be, I don't even think championing it is the right word. Like, doesn't give it enough significance. Last week was also Gun Storage Check Week, and that's probably NSSF's thing, I'm assuming. But, I'm all for gun storage. If it's something you're interested in, you need to do it or you want to do it, go for it. I don't think there should be any prohibition to it. I draw the line at talking about it. Like, I don't think it needs to be brought up as a gun control issue. I don't think it needs to be a concession to the antis. It's just the same way of like, what are you going to do with your magazine? Do you carry it in your pocket or on your side? Is that a issue for the antis? No. So what you do with your guns and how you want to store them, up to you. Now it's getting brought up with like Walk the Talk America and some other mental health side stuff, as far as like, a cause for a pause type of a situation where, for some people it puts a something in between them and a rash decision. So like I said, that I'm not going to, I think there's ways to talk about this. But again, I'd rather have everybody in the community having some participation in Gun Storage Check Week, and then I could sit here and just be judgy about who did the best or the least effective or something. But unfortunately, I'm the only one, I think, except for NSSF even bringing it up. There's probably some gun shops that feel like it's important and talking about it, because I'm reading most of the stuff in the first section of the show comes from the NSSF government relations email that comes out on Fridays. I find it to be like the least opinionated, the least politicky version of the news of the week. So it also is very NSSF heavy, obviously. But anyway, I think those two things are worth mentioning. And again, if we're not going to champion suicide prevention, nobody the fuck is. Like, the antis beat us with it. We get beaten with it. How do you stop getting beaten with something? You take the weapon away from them and you wield it. I don't know if you want to throw in on this. I get preachy in this show.
No, actually, I kicked myself in the butt because it was put out. The NSS Safe Storage thing was actually put out on the 1st of September about safe storage on Twitter. That's where I saw it, and I meant to repost it and say something, and something always came up, and then for some reason this week I just backed off of my social media posts. If you can see it, I didn't post a lot. I didn't post anything to Twitter this week. But that was one of the things I'm like, I really got to repost this because I think it's important. As someone that sold safes and lock boxes, I think it's an important thing to discuss with firearm owners for a variety of reasons, from getting it stolen to having your kid, people who shouldn't have access to your gun that lives in your house is a way to secure it. And also when you travel with your firearm, if you live in a stupid state like mine, which somehow thinks you should unload your gun every time you get in and out of the car, or you should have it stored in your vehicle, you need to have something to actually lock it up that's mounted to the vehicle, and don't depend on the steel cable. Went through an incident this summer, and they actually broke into cars and stole 8 firearms. People had them in gun safes like that. These people came with cable cutters and were able to just take the whole entire safe because they were able to cut the cables. So they're prepared for that. You need to have your truck gun safe mounted in the vehicle to something that can't be taken out.
And it is illegal to have 3 gun safes underneath your seats that have hand grenades with the pins pulled on them, so that when they open them later, something happens. That would be illegal. Don't do that.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, don't follow the law.
You could put paint grenades in there or stink bombs, but
glitter bombs.
I mean, I was going to say like that's what I was thinking, but it would also be dumb to have your car broken into just to get a glitter bomb to some dummy. But you know why people are putting guns in their cars? I wonder why they're doing it, because they got nothing else to do, because they hate their guns for, I don't know, 3 or 4 minutes of the day. Oh no, they go into gun-free fucking zones and they force them to disarm. And what are they going to do? What are you going to throw it in the freaking drain? You're going to hide it in the bushes? Going to tie it to a helium balloon or put a drone up into the air with it? A lot of places that are gun-free, quote-unquote gun-free zones, victim disarmament zones, also don't do anything about giving you a locker or some sort of fast access. There's spots for people who are veterans, and I'm not saying there shouldn't be. There's spots for disabled, differently abled, right? And I'm not saying there shouldn't be. But if they're going to suggest that having a firearm is somehow different level of risk, then give us a drive-through window. You know what I mean? Like, we don't need to. If it's so concerned about having stuff stolen from the vehicle, don't make us disarm. Give us a drive-through window. Give us fast access, or the what do they call that? What do they call it when somebody valet driving or valet parking? Anyway,
what they do? They do that at the Coca-Cola Museum. If you come through with a knife,
they give you a locker to put it
in. They have a tray with your number and your card, a little ticket, and you put your knife in the tray, and you get it when you come out.
They don't want people with bottle openers. I understand going in there and popping open a bunch of tops. I guess that's smart. All right. So August 24th or August 2004 was the 61st consecutive month that it has exceeded 1 million adjusted background checks run for a firearm purchase in a single. Sorry, I didn't take out all the wordage there. Essentially, though, NSSF newsletter, right? So NSSF loves to brag about this because they're the ones that count it and they're reporting it. But I also feel like they're bragging about it, that this is the 61st consecutive month that has exceeded 1 million background checks. And I am going to say, because it says adjusted background checks, and some of that means if there's like 2 that happen with the state or something, some circumstance. But unless that adjustment means like a grandpa giving his granddaughter a new shotgun and having to live in a state with universal background checks where that creates a 4473, then that just is, there's states that have created universal background checks, which have created an obligation to go through an FFL and create a 4473. That is not necessarily new gun owners. That's just friends giving their guns to each other, selling each other guns, parents and kids and grandparents, moving guns around the family. And because of the stupid law, makes them go through a 4473. So I think that this one, I resist it every time I see it. Like I say, I back NSSF all the way, but I will challenge them on a lot of things, and this is one of my big ones.
So with this one, and the reason I'm bringing it up, only because they had the word adjusted in it.
Right.
John Patton would have on his show every month, he'd give the number, and it's always either right at 2 million or slightly over or slightly under. So if they adjusted it and they say it's 1 million, maybe they did take that into account, because some background checks actually go through the the NICS background check. So I think it might have been adjusted for what you're talking about.
Well, but this says the 61st month that it's over 1 million. So if it was at 2 million for a long time, that's still over 1 million. But they're trying to say 61 because that counts 1 million and 1.2 million and 1.3. A much bigger curve than just those 2 million months. But anyway, if you look at if you look at the graph, it is a curve. It's gone up and now it's coming back down. It's just that they're saying it's still higher than it was, pre 19 or 18 or whatever.
Oh yeah.
So we started getting a lot of gun sales in 18 or 19 because of the riots and weird shit that was happening politically. And, so then COVID happened and we got a whole nother pile of new gun owners. But here nor there, the most gun owners bought one gun. So, years go by, some of them bought more. Maybe they bought 3, but they're done buying their 3 now. Unless they're buying 7 or 8, those new gun owners are just people that own guns. They're not buying new guns. There's whatever. Do you know what the number is? Or you might have seen it, where when the antis get mad at us for different things, they'll get mad at us for hoarding, and they'll say like this percentage of gun owners own most of the guns. So another way to look at that is like, if there's 100 gun owners, like 3 of them have a lot of guns and the rest of them have a gun, because that's how we are. Like, we're either into the hobby and we know the value of them, or we have access to them, or we have the money or whatever, and we buy a bunch of them or get a bunch of them. And then other people are happy with a couple, or maybe because of circumstances they're at a couple because they can't afford to own them yet, but they would own them if they could, kind of thing. But anyway, I think that's the same with golf clubs. There's probably golfers that own 1 set of golf clubs, and then there's a couple of golfers that own 8, right, or more, and then people that collect them, 100%. Or somebody that's got a whole garage full of them or something. But anyway, I like to.
So what I try to do
is kind of piss on the concept that we have a lot of gun owners. I just like us to question that, like, we shouldn't sit back and go, ha ha ha, we're winning. Like, we're going to have all these voters too. Like, no, this is just a number, and I think the number's suspect. Go ahead.
And I 100% agree with you. Never take anything for granted, and understand that many people aren't like. If you listen to this podcast, you're a little more into firearms than most people, and everybody's not like you. We have guys who I work with who have the gun they carry off duty, and that's it. And they, I'm a gun owner. You own a Glock 43, bro, that you walk from the parking lot into work, from work into the parking lot. You go home, take it off, and stick it in your sock drawer. We're not the same, and that's fine. But we have to understand, when we see the number of gun owners, don't assume that these are all NRA members that vote based solely on the Second Amendment, because I think a lot of gun owners do see it that way. People that listen to us and people that are actively politically, they go, oh, we have this many gun owners, we can't lose. No, they just own a thing. They don't vote for lawnmower legislation either, bro. It's just a thing that they own. So don't get excited. We still have to spread the word for people to be politically active if we want them to be. Every gun owner is not like you.
No, it's super critically important. And that's a tough one, because I don't know who's watching this show or who hears this show or whatever. What was I doing? Oh, I was listening to, I'm in this group, and that's what it was. Yesterday we were in this meeting, and essentially all the people that give a shit are in the meeting, and the people that don't give a shit don't show up to the meeting, right? So when it's like a meeting, come if you want kind of thing. And they kept telling us in the meeting how we have to worry about this stuff. And I'm like, pretty sure everybody in this room is here because we care about this. So we're doing everything we can. Like, you could quit telling us to worry about this. Like, maybe you could tell us once in the beginning, disseminate it out there. Everybody needs to show up at these meetings because we have to all be careful, or, we all have to do this stuff. But anyway, so like, it's not even echo chamber. I don't know what to call that. Like nagging, I guess, our own people. Then you tune out. At least I used to. And it's just like anything. Like, if somebody tells you you're fat all the time, you're going to be like, yeah, okay, whatever. I'm just going to not listen to you anymore because I'm sick of it. Like, or somebody tells you to quit smoking or something.
Yeah,
you're not going to quit smoking. You're like, okay, well, I'll not listen to you anymore because I'm not going to not smoke, And then, and I can say this because I used to smoke, and I could tell you every day, like, somebody told me to quit smoking, I'd say, okay, thanks for your opinion. Leave me alone. And I'd have an opinion then because they decided to come over and tell me to quit smoking. Now that I don't smoke, I understand it. Like, I understand their position. I don't go around to people that smoke, tell them not to smoke. I might go to my friends that smoke and go, hey, have you ever thought about not smoking? Like, it's a good idea, DJ. But, I'm not going to bother them every 5 seconds.
Yeah. And I totally agree with you, dude. When you've seen me speak at events, and I make a conscious decision when we go to Second Amendment events. If I'm a speaker, there is very few reasons, unless I'm trying to make a point about something, for me to attack the people that are there. You know what I mean? Now, if I have constructive criticism and something that I think they can do better and make better, cool. But I make sure you say it in such a way they don't feel attacked, because they're there because they care. But I need to use that to go, okay, this is how we can level up. Thank you for being here. Thank you for all you're doing. But this is how we need to level up. Not, you guys suck because you haven't done this. It's like, no. Spin that around to make it look like something they want to achieve, not condemn them for not having done it yet. There's a difference.
Yeah. So, ammunition. This one I did summarize because it was a wordy paragraph, but essentially, I'm trying to keep an eye on Massachusetts because they've really got some horrible stuff on the horizon, let's say, or they're looking down the barrel of some horrible stuff. But they have a petition. They have a potential for a petition to delay the, I don't want to say inevitable, but at least delay the consequences of what they've got aimed at them right now. So they have some really, really bad legislation that essentially, is set to take effect. And then right at the moment they got in there and started a ballot initiative, which puts it off until they can see if they get enough signatures. And we'll talk about that here in a second. But because Massachusetts is something that I'm paying attention to, I'm also kind of trying to keep track of what's going on in the other states. And the only thing I can really see, and feel free to let us know if I'm missing anything from other states, because that's sort of the point of this news of the week, is to give us a scoreboard, so to speak, of what's happening out there. And, there's always where do you draw the line? The newest thing, of course, you put it on here, but then the things that are important, you want to keep mention of, but then, where do you draw those lines? And, you could have this be something for every state every week, and it would be a whole nother show. So anyway, I'm trying to keep some eye on what's happening around the states. And the only thing I can see that's major at the moment is in California. They're close to seeing a change in their $1 fee that they have to pay to buy ammunition. They want to increase that $1 fee to $5. So essentially a $5, what do you call it? Like tax, essentially, fee to be able to buy ammunition in California. So lame. And we were kind of saying before the show, like, what are they going to accomplish with this? Right? Like, what are they they can fund some of their anti-gun losses. Like, they lose a bunch of money fighting guns in California, but they're going to use gun owners' money to fund that, or more than likely they're just going to use it to fund more attacks on gun ownership.
100%. They're going to use this just to beat us up and pay for the lawsuits that we pay for on both ends as taxpayers. So we'll be paying for it through the Second Amendment groups we actually support, and we'll be paying for it as taxpayers when these clowns lose again. And they will never be made to pay for the fact that they waste American citizens' money, while trying to take American citizens' rights. And by the way, not stopping the gun violence epidemic, because they're not really trying to stop it. They need it for their political maneuvering.
Ozzy says it's Illinois is always one to watch, and that's a good point. I didn't put the article in here this week, but because there was a whole bunch of them that were just anti-Kamala Harris, but and they were kind of just nagging more than they were just talking about things that we've already talked about when they happened. And that's why I guess I don't know when to draw the line, like to just keep harping on things just because we can. And I don't want to do it just because NSSF decided to fill their space in the newsletter this week. But Ozzy's saying Illinois, one of the things that they did have in the newsletter is that there's a congressman who's going at who's a congressman who's in some committee that's like a watchdog committee for the executive branch at some level, essentially. And him and his committee are focused on why the current administration colluded, I guess is the right word, with one of the Bloomberg organizations and whoever it was that sued Glock from the city of Chicago. So I think every town and in Chicago are suing Glock or sued Glock, and there's a congressman who's looking to see why the executive branch funded that. Which, why did the executive branch fund that? Right? I don't want to say it like that, but why have their hands in it? I don't know if they funded it or what, but like, why would they involved in it, and so to speak. And essentially that was the news article. So that has something, it's adjacent to Illinois. It's about Illinois. It's like, but it's really focused on the executive branch and where they're, and I think it's maybe not just, why are they putting their attention towards a lawsuit against the city of Chicago when there's like a million other things that the ATF could be doing, or that the FBI or whoever it was could be doing, right? Like there's criminals you could be going after instead of essentially harassing a company who you buy stuff off of constantly. You know, and what has Glock done to anybody? Is like Glock gone around being a bully to anybody? Like Glock is just minding their business, selling a bunch of guns. A lot of people don't even like their guns anymore. And anyway, kind of putting in commentary.
Yeah, they tried this. The government of New Orleans actually sued Glock years ago, for all the horrible Glocks that were used in crimes by criminals, and Glock shut them down by pointing out two of the biggest shootings that they were complaining about, or multiple shootings they were complaining about that Glocks were used. The Glocks were stolen from New Orleans Police Department vehicles, and that really shut down. I mean, it just closed them down because now you look like idiots. It's like, you want us to police what? You can't keep up with the guns you purchased. And you're somehow not responsible for losing your guns, but we're responsible because we made them. Kind of, that was the 1980s version of Make It Make Sense, or 1990s version of Make It Make Sense. And that killed their lawsuit. And the same thing's going to happen. They're going to lose in Illinois because it doesn't make sense. Your policies are what created this. And in court, you're going to lose unless it's an activist judge and they really don't care that they make no sense legally or logically. We're going to win there, but understand that they're using our money and burning us at both ends.
Yeah, that's as you're speaking, as you're saying, I was thinking, I wonder if anyone has ever, like any of the watchdog groups or legal analysts or financial analysts, has ever tried to tabulate or keep track of how much money has been spent, taxpayer money has been spent on, I'm gonna call it frivolous, stupid anti-gun garbage, like just the dumb things that they'll present. Because even if they just present it, it costs something for a bunch of clerks to write it all up and for it to be wasting everybody's time to vote it down or whatever. Like, I wonder if there's even if there's a way to do that. Maybe the AI will be able to do that, and then somebody can look at, look how much money Bloomberg's making on this, and look at how little it costs them, and look at how much the consequence to the taxpayer is, even when they get nothing accomplished. Or, all they do is challenge an existing thing, and we successfully argue it again, illustrate that it's a necessary thing.
Okay, because you were looking into this. I'm sorry, I didn't. I only overheard this on another channel about them saying that the Chicago making it illegal to take public transit while armed, like that's unconstitutional. And
Yeah,
they only had it apply to the case that, they only had it apply to that case and didn't go, it's unconstitutional across the board, and put an injunction against it because the judge, of course, is a judge. And I'm not sorry, I'll just go ahead and say it. Most judges, when it comes to actually standing up for our rights, are cowards, and they are not on the cutting edge, and they don't stand out. And that guy supposedly lambasted the state's case, saying how illogical and ridiculous it was, and yada yada, and how unconstitutional it is, and then wouldn't put an injunction on it when he could have. And it's like, yeah, okay, so you covered your butt, you said the things you need to say, but you really didn't make a difference in every citizen's life. Now, for someone else, they will have to use that case as an example and use the judge's words in a totally separate case to get that right for every citizen. But he didn't have the intestinal fortitude to do it himself. Like, he could have made that difference, but he chose not to. But he said all the right words that people would probably praise him if he came up for, let's say, Supreme Court nomination. Oh, this is what he said about the Second Amendment. Yeah, but what did he do about it?
Yeah, kind of right along the edge without actually stepping over.
Yeah, so he risked nothing. He stood up for nothing. And a lot of us that are Second Amendment advocates that either live in a state like ours where you can and could lose your job, or at least face some penalty. He faces nothing. You're a judge, bro. You're a judge. did nothing. And I think that bothers me more. I have a job where I work with the state. Stuff could happen. I mean, I have to put down what I do, the advocacy that I do on paperwork, and then send it up the line to get permission from the government I work for to actually fight for the civil rights of all Americans. So there's a risk there. I'm willing to face it. This dude did nothing. And I say it sometimes, and some people get angry at me. Usually, again, for our rights, the Supreme Court and judges don't stand up. After the rest of society is already headed in that direction, when a majority of society is heading in that direction, then they rule in our favor. And the Bruin case is an example of it. Supreme Court rules in favor of concealed carry after over 25 states already had open carry, or excuse me, constitutional carry. Oh, they did such a great job. They could have done it years ago.
Well, I'm gonna say should have, because I don't know what the circumstances were for could have, but I hear what you're saying. I think.
There've been different cases they could have ruled like that.
Exactly. I don't want to say that. I don't want to say it was like it was impossible for them, because I don't know the stories, but I'm sure that right after Heller, as soon as there was a little bit of grumbling, that there was probably some alternative, some strategies there.
Well,
but like I said, I just don't know.
Right after Heller, before Bruin, there were 10 cases that were up in front of the Supreme Court on the Second Amendment, and they kicked all of them back.
Okay.
They refused to.
Well, no, not all of them. Between Heller, you had McDonald and 2 Rhonda Ezels. So those guys.
Oh no! I mean, even after Heller, it was after Heller, after McDonald. You know what I mean? It could have been more than 5 years ago.
Yeah. Okay. They definitely don't take all of them. For sure.
Anyway. Yeah, they didn't take all of them, and I was really frustrated because New Jersey was one of them with a 15-round magazine limitation. So we have the case again now going up. We again, since the case got kicked back, we have it going again. We have a magazine limitation that's in the queue that we're trying to work on. We also have the one gun a month thing that we're trying to work on at the same time. It's like we have to fight these battles over and over. And to get them up to Supreme Court level takes at least $1 billion to even get it in front of the Supreme Court. So that's $1 million worth of donations and years that other people have to be victim or potential victims of these laws. And then to have the Supreme Court go, yeah, we're not hearing it. And that's really rough for somebody that is like us. So the Bruin decision was great and it invigorated us, but we know there's still a long fight. All that was a win, but it's in a 13-round fight, and that was like round 2. You know what I mean? Like we're in this
plateau on the way up the hill, but we're not halfway there. And Gabriel had said, we were talking about background checks before, and he says, while this may be verboten to mention, the Trace posts graphical views of state NICS checks monthly. The Trace posts graphical stakes. You can see the California surge last month and Massachusetts surge 2 months ago in preparation for bad law, I'm assuming. So I just don't know the part about the Trace, like why it's verboten. Is that a left organization or like a biased organization?
Yeah. It's a Bloomberg organization.
Oh, okay. Well, then good. I don't mind taking their data because I think you've done this before. Like when there's like a spectrum. Oh no, we're about to talk about Colion. He talked about it really recently. But when you're talking to an anti and you're like, look, there's a spread, whatever it happens to be, like, whatever there's a disparity in, the antis say it's this number 10 and we say it's 100. So let's just go off at 10 because who cares if it's 100 or not? We're not going to talk about the ifs, ands, or buts. We'll just go with their number for now. And here's why my position is still valid, right? And you can have your discussion. So I think it's one of those kind of things where, anyway, you don't have to win every argument. You just kind of have to take one of the numbers or just take their number and run with it for a bit.
And that's exactly what I do because I feel it helps me.
So I'll listen to the trace if they're going to tell us, whatever the numbers are. I'll go with those numbers, because as long as they're not like just fake. When they're fake and they're calling, I don't know, school shootings just something that happens, a murder that happens in a school zone, but on a Saturday afternoon or something, and it's not students, then that's where it's like, oh, okay, now we have to, put a caveat on here, I guess, that this data is, trying to sway opinion. Or when they include 18 and 19, I don't know where you'd count the, 16, whatever, 19 and 18, though, is pretty much usually, most people say when you're 18, you're not an adult anymore because you can make decisions and join the army and shit, and get credit and is that when you're tried as an adult? So to suggest that 18 and 19s are children and the most deaths are guns because of those children, that's where you got to kind of dissect the data. If you give them that one, you know what I mean? Like that's a silly one to give them, or is to, I don't know what to say, like let them rest on.
Oh yeah, no, you do not give up anything. You use everything like judo. You take their thing and you use it against them, but you don't let them get away with blatant lies. Like, and again, it didn't stop at 18 or 19. They counted up to 24 as a child.
Because they're not on insurance or something, or they're still on insurance or something, probably.
Yeah, I have no idea, but they counted all the way up to 24 as a child. And that's what got them the numbers during COVID.
And then the last one here is NSSF's Real Solution. So that's one of their projects. Then that project has an initiative, I guess, called Operation Secure Store to assist mom and pop small business firearms retailers to help deter or prevent smash and grab gun thefts. So I thought that was kind of interesting because there's been a rash of those, I guess, in Colorado, at least that I'm aware of. Probably happens periodically around the country. And I would suspect, and I would challenge, again, I'm not going to challenge the three-letter organizations this time that are our organizations because they get enough to do and I've given them enough other shit to do. But the news organizations that are out there, anybody considers themselves an investigative type of news situation, I'd definitely like to see more information about crime in the United States. If we just think about it in broad strokes, it had to start with whoever the assholes were on the first boats over. And then as more and more stuff happened, there had to be like criminals in the cities and some kind of murderers out in the country. You know what I mean? There's probably like always been these like bad people. And then we all know that during the prohibition times when they decided alcohol was morally wrong and we're going to prohibit it, you created organized crime. So any small groups of criminals banded together in order to create pipelines, and they really got good at fighting and warring it up. And then they became the, what do you call those gangsters, and those mobs became the, what do you call that? I mean, there was already mafia, I'm sure, and there was already probably Yakuza and whatever other giant crime organizations exist in the world. But those mobsters with the movies and everything, and the way that entertainment was roaming around the world real fast. I think those mobsters, what's the word I'm looking for? Like, I don't want to say incited, but like the criminals coming up had them to idolize, right? And like they probably changed crime from that point on. So you've had gangs and stuff is what I'm getting at. And I'd like to see something that gives us the broad strokes of crime in the United States, because I think it's changed a lot. We had biker gangs doing meth for a while, and we had the old cartels, or whatever you want to call, like the third generation cartels or something, that were bringing people and marijuana across back in like the 70s and stuff. But it's changed so drastically since then. I'd like to see more than just worrying about securing gun shops, but let's see why these gun shops are being robbed. Like, I don't believe that just people who decide they watched a movie, let's rob a gun store. Like, I suspect it could easily be more, what's the word? Like more organized than that. And if that's the case, then there's stuff to be done about that. There's like strategies and tactics that could be done to challenge that. Maybe take out the organizations that are causing all this instead of trying to arm every gun store up. So I think it's that concept of if you see a bunch of people in the water and you have to pull them out of the water, at some point you walk up river and figure out who those dropping bodies in the water.
100%. And that's what happened with Operation Fast and Furious. Gun shop owners noticed people coming in constantly that didn't know anything about firearms, but on a regular basis, they'd be buying firearms, like 2 a month from this gun store alone. Well, around month number 3, if the guy doesn't know the difference between an SKS and an AK, but he's bought 3 of them, you're like, wait a minute, what's going on with this guy? So yeah, that's happening, and never doubt that the stuff can be organized, mainly because we've seen it on our social media happening. It's not like you're going to find it on, and that's the crazy part. You'll get more information on social media because that's not regionalized, but the news is. So 3 gun stores broken into in the whole state of Illinois. Probably won't be a news story outside of Illinois, but someone will put it on their social media, even if it's a channel dedicated to crime or gun stores being broken into. They can put it together, and you can see the stories. And I think that's one of the positive aspects of social media. You can get news stories from around the country, almost on everything.
Dude, that's my second point on this one, was going to be similar to that with the way that the world is today. And you were just talking about Paul, who sounds like had a real practical channel on the gun topics. I've seen we've seen practical channels on legal topics, different types of lawyers addressing that. And then we've seen definitely instructors offering insight and their ideas on either not just carry, but like the stuff that you get in the class, like how to draw, when to draw, like drills, like all these different solutions to that kind of stuff. I really think it would be cool to see some kind of social media. I'm not going to say effort, because how many efforts do we need out there, but just some stuff, some content being created that would give small business gun owners, gun shop owners, I should say, options and ideas. So even if it's just funny stuff like the trunk monkey, have like a gun shop monkey that jumps out of the ceiling and attacks somebody if they're messing with you, even if it's funny stuff, sometimes the funny stuff can be a wink and a nod to, hey, in reality, I'm talking about getting a dog, or something like that. These are all the reasons why you get a dog in your shop at night, or maybe there's just different deterrents and things, and maybe just some some attention and some interest in the socials could be the way to enhance these kind of things, so that essentially gun shops become hardened and people just understand that gun shops are hardened. I think that for a while there was nobody goes to gun shop shows anymore, but for a while there, when there was still the I guess it was the beginnings of the internet. Like I remember when I was working at like AOL, going to gun shows and stuff, there was these like jokes like nobody robs a gun show. It wasn't like there was mass murders that were the thing of the day. It was like the robberies. Like remember the movie Heat, like in that California Hollywood thing. Like for a while there, and I think it was the 90s, must have been the 90s. There was like this concept that guns are bad and assault weapons are bad because you could go just take over a bank and demand a helicopter, and the police are powerless with their revolvers, and in those days or whatever, I was thinking about that those answers to that stuff.
Yeah, so Justin over at NSSF is in charge of social media. We need to step up and create another channel. You need one more job, bro.
Well, I don't think NSSF needs to do it. I'm just saying, like, it would be neat to see us, just people putting that into the narrative or whatever. Like I say, at the time, it was the joke was nobody would rob a gun show or nobody would rob a gun store. But then the thing is, people do rob gun stores. They just either, I don't want to get into it, but you can imagine how you're going to rob a gun store unless you've got a lot of intent. Like you don't do it, but it does happen, and it can happen when there's a soft target anywhere, right? A bank, a coin dealer, anybody's going to get around if they're in a bad neighborhood and they're a soft target. But usually gun shops are not soft targets, and certainly there's no gun show I've ever been to that anybody would be crazy enough to do anything at, because literally 90% of the people there are paying attention and can do something about it. You know what I mean? Like, not that they're waiting to, but they could. Like, there's just more people than not go to a gun show. Anyway, so it's just one of those things. So I'm going to keep moving because this definitely is an hour at this point, and we've just got through the first little tiny segment of the show. So I'll just try to talk about these things, but feel free to chime in. When we talk about the 2A, that's all I care about. I quit caring about guns so much maybe in like 2015. That was like, I mean, that was 15 years of me covering guns and grip angles and rails and stuff. Back in the day, it wasn't red dots yet. There were some red dots, and there was some debate on whether you'd get a red dot or not, but on your rifle, there was no red dots on handguns. Maybe a couple of competitive shooters experimented with it, but no one was ever going to do that. No one was carrying for the first place, and nobody cared about doing that kind of stuff to a carry gun. People back in the early 2000s were more worried about making their carry guns as small as possible and then getting the right to carry, right, and back or whatever. So back in the day, I did a lot of coverage of essentially when the revolvers, the 350, I can remember the 327 H&R Magnum was just about to hit the scene in SHOT Show, let's say 2006 or 7 or something like that. And that's when I was just really getting my bearings and like becoming part of the community and cover and stuff. And so I could just see that, like, cool, we're going to see like a basically a J-frame with six shots happen. It hadn't happened yet, but because this new caliber was coming around that you could shoot in a 32 out of it and shoot 32 H&R, like it was going to compete with 9mm as a revolver option because people were starting to be able to carry. And then like 5 seconds later, 380s came out, and then nobody wanted to carry a revolver since then. So that was 2007 or 6 or something like that. Then the 380s got as small as they could, and somebody figured out we could just put a 9mm in there. And then the 9mm wars happened, and everybody started making small 9mm. SIG made that thing with an internal chassis at some point, and then competition shooters wanted things that would fill the box. So you had, Glock and Smith & Wesson going as big as they could, and then trying to smash it down as small as they could. And so I just got sick of the back and forth. Like, there has never been a time since 2000 where the gun companies hadn't been coming out with the best new concept or the most important thing yet. And it was just a lot of, there's always something next. There's always something new. And I don't care that there's always something new. It's not like I care about that. It's just that I got sick of covering it, right? So that's why I explain, like, I don't often explain, like, why I stopped caring about gun stuff. It's just that I stopped caring about the fluctuations and ripples and changes because a lot of people exploit that. Like, that's their bread and butter, talking about that stuff constantly. And I don't want to bring up the discussion just to bring it up because I'm making money off it. I don't make money off of it. So I'd rather just not talk about it. I'd rather talk about our rights. I'd rather talk about going shooting, going to a range. How's the range? What's it like at your gun range or your gun shop? Like, that's the stuff I liked. And so anyway, for a long time I traveled and did that stuff. And then now that I'm back, I want to still value the 2A part of it all. But I still, I'm still paying attention to the gun stuff. I just leave it to like your show. I usually default to your show, Chris and the 740, a couple other shows where you guys literally talk about guns because that's what you do. And then I just watch those shows on fast forward sometimes if I want to watch about guns or whatever. But when I do, it's like in and out, like, because again, I can't even think about how many, like, I don't know when you started paying attention when you were a kid. How many Smith & Wessons have we paid attention to over the years? Between revolvers and pistols and every once in a while a shotgun? Like, holy cow, like, I have a lot of brain, but there's a lot of my brain that's just Smith & Wessons. And I only own like 3 Smith & Wessons, and they're all revolvers, like I don't. Anyway, so wait, do I still own? I might own a Smith & Wesson 45 M&P.
That's funny.
I don't remember.
Yeah.
But
Like, it really is
a lot of gun knowledge, and I just at some point I'm like, I'd rather have the 2A knowledge in my head. So I kind of made a deliberate path in like 15.
It's true. I mean, I totally get where you're coming from, and as somebody that talks about the gun itself, the firearm, and I'm a firearms dude. That's what I want to be doing. If there weren't people stepping on our rights, I wouldn't be an activist. I am, because they're threatening us, and a whole lot of people that are into the gun have to be pulled, dragging, and screaming into the awareness that their rights are being attacked on multiple levels. Well, who you going to listen to? Well, at least I have a avenue that I can speak to the gun owners that just want to talk about guns. I can make them aware of the advocacy, because a lot of people live in what they call a free state, so they're unaware of the attacks that are going on in places like, with Toby, and where's that at? Because I'm
Cape
blanking.
of Massachusetts. What do they call it? Cape
It's
of
Cape
something.
Gunworks.
Yeah, but
Cape
it's
Gunworks. But
Cape of Massachusetts. What do they call that? The Cape of Massachusetts.
New Hampshire,
Anyway,
that area.
no, it's Massachusetts.
Anyway,
There's a name for that area of Massachusetts. But
well,
yeah, he's there.
well,
That area.
the reason I bring it up, because if you don't live in those areas or don't think about those areas like Maryland or Delaware or New Jersey, because you don't live in them, but you listen to our show to hear about the gun stuff. Now I'm telling you about the, Second Amendment rights stuff. Usually at the end of the show, if I don't slip a diversity shoot in at the beginning of the show, you wouldn't hear about it. So we try to balance it, and that's how I fight the fight. And I hope, some people appreciate it. It's cool. And I hope I'm just reaching some people that would have never heard about the fights going on in the states, various states. And then they do something about it. At least that's what I hope is happening.
Yeah, I mean, that's a whole other thing, what you just bring up there. But getting back to like the parasocial relationship part of it, where people are, we're all on one side or the other of this. Most of the time, we're all on the audience side, right? But every once in a while, one of us does something, or somebody does something for a time where they're on the other side. So there's without getting too far into a tangent, your efforts get, I don't want to say taken for granted, but people start to think like, oh yeah, Tony's part of the scene. He's part of the environment. And that's written in stone. It's like that's chiseled there and it's just there. But in reality, everybody's freaking doing stuff constantly to be able to stay where they're at. And, very few people are just coasting and like hanging out and just doing it because they got nothing else to do. And they show up because, their time's their own. And that's where, like you say, you need to constantly be, you feel like you need to constantly be going, help, 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 help. But you don't want to help, 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 help. But yeah, it gets, it's an interesting whatever the word is, situation.
I'm just laughing because that is so what it feels like. Like when I post a post and I go, hey, please share this at the beginning. That's me going, help, 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 help. Get word out, help. And I don't want to do that every post. But let me tell you, when you share it, regardless of who it is, but I'm seeing it with me, helps significantly. And I'm talking about 6 people sharing it makes the thing blow up compared to if you don't share it. And I'll go ahead and tell you, like, if I do a reel, 300 people will see it left alone. 7 people share this thing, and it becomes 1,000 people saw it. And, 70% of them weren't followers already. Now, the annoying thing about it is at the end of the month, I'll get a thing from Instagram that goes, hey, this reel got you 3 new followers. I'm like, wait a minute, 1,700 people saw it and I got 3 new followers. I guess that's the new math now. So yeah, when you help share, and I'm just not talking about mine, anybody you support or want to support, you help that grow exponentially.
Well, okay, like I say, we could go on a whole other tangent down that, but yeah, I appreciate that one. And let's get back to I was talking about why I do the 2A section here as opposed to the gun stuff. So it was my bad for taking a kind of a tangent there in the first place. But whenever I post it in here, I try to do the most important or most relevant stuff towards the top. Because typically, if I do the show in an hour, that gives somebody the first 15 minutes. They get all the good stuff, all the important stuff. Then it gets down into the, stuff that's technically 2A, like this guy. But, I got to put it in here, but whatever. And then we get into the gun stuff. And then we get into the other stuff. So, but I try to put the gun in 2A. Huh?
Oh, they posted that? Cool.
Oh, you didn't see that come up? Well, that's one of the things I'm going to talk about here in a second, too. But yeah. So anyway, I do like to mention that because And mainly just to kind of say, that is how I kind of set this thing up, so that if someone is just going to consume the first couple of minutes of it, they get the important stuff. But also just because this is the stuff I value. And I say it every week, but I think the most important thing that's happening out there is Brooke Cheney's effort that'll actually happen today. Normally I have to say tomorrow, but we're doing the show on the Saturday. But Saturday afternoon, Brooke put some side. Well, okay, afternoon for me. I think it's her evening, 6:00 her time, I believe, on the East Coast. But she puts together maybe a half an hour of a live session, usually 20 minutes to a half an hour. Sometimes she interviews somebody. Sometimes she's just there with some insight or some exercises or something to essentially normalize the conversation about mental health and suicide prevention. Mentioned earlier that, of course, most of the deaths with a firearm are suicide. Everybody just leaves it there. Okay, so two out of three deaths with a gun is a suicide. Let's just leave it there. Well, in reality, we can't just leave it there because, one, we're getting bludgeoned by the antis. They include those deaths whenever they use gun casualties, and without any clarification. When we look at examine who those people are that choose suicide, there's tons of people that choose suicide in this country. We're not the country with the most suicides by any means. And I will challenge anybody who says guns are the most lethal form of suicide. Guns are a difficult way to kill yourself. And I'll stand by that anytime anybody wants to talk about it. The people who choose guns know how to use them often. The same way that if a doctor is going to choose suicide, they're going to use pills, and a construction worker is going to jump off of something, and a boat person is going to go jump in the water. So people are going to do with what they're familiar with or whatever means something to them or what is available. And if you've got 22 a day, veterans, EMS, I don't know what the number is when you include EMS, but when you include emergency service, people who see the horrible stuff every single day and then come home and want to live a normal life. That's a tough thing to live with, and we don't talk about it. We expect them to just carry that burden, and when they break, we use those numbers against gun owners, and that's bullshit in 1,000 different ways. So Brooke is the only one who puts out information about this on a weekly basis, has made my ability to talk about this better, because by consistently, I should say, having attention at this and talking about it, we become better at it. We normalize it. We have the ability to understand the positions and to get them across when they're useful, to have a debate with someone or to have a conversation. So talking to other gun owners, it's critical that we get this stuff from the back door and the back burner or the back room, when we get this stuff forefront. This is something we can definitely champion. We care the most about the people who are choosing this option to self-delete. And if you talk about suicide, I talk about it all the time. I don't care. I take a massive hit on this channel. I'm not doing this for popularity or riches. I do this because it's important. And talking about suicide, the logarithm doesn't understand good or bad. They just hear us saying that word. They see Brooke saying it. It gets put into a place of violence and suicide. And, it's a negative thing. So most people are going to side away from it. If they're there to get huge and they're there to get popular, they're there to succeed, they're going to never talk about this. And then some folks will say self-delete or something. They'll figure out a way to still get it out there, but it's just not comfortable. It's not something it's not pretty. It's not something people want to talk about. So we have months like suicide prevention, or what is it, Suicide Awareness Month or whatever it is, Suicide Prevention Month, I should say, so that we have an excuse to talk about it, so that we have an ability to talk about it, that somebody else brings it up. Anyway, Brooke does this every week, and it's literally not helping her at all. Like, she's got other things she could be doing. Like I say, it's detrimental to her channels. She doesn't have any interest in caring about that. She just does it. And I think that's to be applauded. So I usually put that at the beginning of the list. It was a difficult one this week, though, because, next time Tony's saying something, I'm going to make it so that this show links to her show if it's already posted. Usually I try to make this show point to something else that's going to be live, and her show will be live in an hour or two by the time we're done. I don't know if you watched this one, but the guy from Gun Owners Radio suggested I listen to this. Normally, I don't watch Coleon stuff. I mean, I know that he's out there, and I like what he does on Instagram and stuff, but I just don't watch videos, period. So I don't watch anybody's stuff. But Gun Owners Radio said, "Hey, check this out," and I did. And I watched it fast forward, because I listen to everything. If I want to watch anything, I listen to it in double speed, just because if it's not good, I don't want to waste my whole life listening to it. But I went back and listened to this again at regular speed because it's fun listening to girls who, are just being girls talk about this stuff. Because our girls, the gun girls, don't typically just sit around talking like girls. They talk about, they're trying to be, they're trying to get some point across or whatever. So they're usually more whatever. So it's just a fun thing to listen to. But did you listen to this at all?
No, I heard them the initial start, and I heard because the girls from New York or something. Yeah, New Yorkers. And I'm like, dude, I really don't want to hear. And it's sad, but I hear it all the time. You know what I mean? Because of what I do. But I need to listen because it allows me to hear their talking points and brace myself for them. So when I hear them in real life, I don't roll my eyes.
Oh, exactly. That's exactly what I was going to say. But like exactly what you just said, you probably deal with this, weekly almost, like at least once a month.
Yeah.
So it's not going to be as eye-opening for you as it is for me. But I also like to see that because Colion at this point, I mean, I don't know if anybody has tried to rank, that'd be an interesting thing to do. But if anybody has tried to rank the influence of gun people at this point, and I think you can call him other things, but he is definitely a YouTuber. So I often think, I challenged, the gun tubers. Like, you consider there's certainly a lot of money to be made. There's certainly a lot of fame out there, but I want to see them change the fucking world. And they had the ability to. We've had the ability to. Some of us tried to, but some of them are just sitting there. Colion is doing some good stuff out there, but as far as like gun tuber, he could just sit there and sell guns. He could literally just shoot guns because he's in Dallas or whatever. He's in a place where he could go shooting, and he goes to a cool range and stuff. He gets good guns. He buys, I don't know if he gets them or buys them or whatever, but he's not poor or nothing. So he's definitely got the ability to just be a gun guy, but he's still like a shill or whatever. Like, he's still in ads for all kinds of companies and stuff. He's an advocate, but again, like a dude who doesn't need to, decided to have these two girls on. She's from New York and she's from England or Britain or whatever. So she's got like an accent. And then she's definitely lived there. And this girl lives in New York, but then they're also, I think she's visiting Dallas and she lives in Dallas. So they've also lived here. So they understand the United States and not just the international opinion, but they know the international opinion, which we don't get very often either. Anyway, so I just thought it was cool that Colion even posted this or even attempted to do it. And I think he did an excellent job. On top of it, I think he did an excellent job because it was impromptu, or, it's just like, I think they had talked in real life somewhere and said, he talked him into like, hey, come into the studio and let's have this discussion for real with the cameras going. And they were like, okay. And they literally changed their mind. And you've probably seen this a million times because it's going to be even different. At the end of this interview, he takes them to a range and they go shooting. And I hope there's a second one, because you do it. You have people like this, let me say like this, but you have people who have the same opinions like, I can't imagine somebody who's anti shows up at your thing. This girl isn't anti. She's not a gun person. She probably shows up at your shit. This girl hated guns and was just like, completely, she was willing to listen, but she was anti-gun. I don't think she would have showed up at your place unless somebody like her friend took her to it. So I shouldn't say that.
Yes, we do, and no one's rude, and that's the cool part, because I'm not going to put up with that. This is, if we're going to have a conversation, we're going to have it like adults, and we can not agree on something, but we will not be rude to each other. And but yeah, we have this, and I think it's awesome. And again, I'm going to listen to this prior to my diversity shoot coming up on Thursday, because you never know. This is immediately in the aftermath of another mass shooting, and you don't know who's going to show up, because I'm waiting. I'm waiting for someone to try to ambush me at one of my events.
Yeah, it makes
so
sense.
I have to mentally prepare myself. Yeah, I mean, I was hosting an event the day Uvalde happened. That was a rough one. That was rough because you could not talk about Uvalde that as actually unfolding as we were in the building. The news stories were just coming out, and when we found out some specifics, so I brought it up during the diversity shoot, So when it comes to listening to this video, a lot of us haven't made up our mind. I know I have, about how I feel about the Second Amendment and how I feel about people who aren't from here, or people that live in blue cities and they've drank all the Kool-Aid and they somehow believe that the government has their best interest in mind. That's why they're making it difficult for you to get a firearm, and that somehow that makes you safer. Like, sometimes, yes, I have to brace myself for that. And I totally understand if you're a firearms person and you live in freedom and you really don't want to hear that. But if you're going to be an ambassador, if you're going to be out there speaking to others to try to get them to join us. Now, everybody does not have to do this just because you own a firearm. But if you're going to put yourself in that position that you're going to try to speak, you really need to hear what they have to say. Because when you're having a conversation, you're having a conversation. You're not trying to win a debate. And I think that's a mistake. I know that's a mistake I've made, that I'm trying to win someone over and get them to see my point of view. I'm not that good, dude. If I was that good, I'd be selling Amway products to people and make millions of dollars and have a whole pyramid scheme going. But what you
I
can't
don't.
do,
Go ahead.
what you can do is hear from something like this, embrace you've heard it before. Okay, cool. Here's the counter argument to it. Now, do you even have to win that argument? Like, you just have to plant seeds and kind of tell them to look for themselves, but you actually have to be armed. And it's like a lawyer. Lawyers don't win cases, huge cases, because they went in cold. They've practiced. I mean, if you have real money, they have like fake juries that come in, and they practice with those. When you play sports, you play the tapes, you have practice, all that stuff. If you're going to be an advocate, if you're going to speak on the subject, you really need to hear the other side. And you don't have to do it live. You can do it by listening to Coleon and hearing what he has to say, point, counterpoint kind of thing. And it gives you that mental exercise that, more than likely, if you watch enough of these, and I'm talking maybe 4, you won't be blindsided because they're getting the same propaganda. So they're going to say most of the same things about, gun violence epidemic. And then they're going to include numbers that include everything from suicides to gang violence as a majority of the deaths. And you know where that comes from, and you can answer it. You can figure out more kids died from firearms in 2020 than any time in it. Well, yeah, it's because you included it all the way up until the age of 24. And by the way, for most of 2020, no one was allowed outside of their house. So that included those numbers. When you know the why behind it, and you also know the argument that's coming, it puts you in a much better position as someone that's having a conversation about pro-gun. I was also trying to give you some time to make that connection with put the suicide
Appreciate
thing in. Yeah.
So I haven't seen her shows get posted yet, so she doesn't always post it early. But I was just going to say too that like you really hit it there. I think that's a great analogy, I guess. I don't know if you've used that before. It's the first time I've heard it, though. When you talk about practicing, like sports, they practice this. They have practice games constantly. You use the idea of a lawyer, but I was thinking a salesman, where a salesman doesn't just make perfect pitches as soon as they get out the gate because they want to sell something, and the opposite is they go fail hundreds of times as salesmen until they start to figure out the feel of what the person who they're selling to is looking for. Tell us, they figure it out, and it's not like once they figure it out, it's the same sales pitch to each person. They start to figure out that it does take some awareness of the other person and the situation that you're in, and then you have a bunch of stuff in your toolbox, and you decide, okay, I'm going to throw this out, knowing that probably one of 3 things is going to happen, or even if something completely off the wall happens, probably have seen it before. And once you've seen, and it's exactly what you said, Coleon, essentially, he's not prepared for this. He just happens to be competent talking about the subjects. And when they, for example, like, oh, I thought a machine gun was used there, and he's like, no, not a machine gun, but let's move on. Like, that's a common misunderstanding. So he also didn't harp on stuff or whatever, but he was just like confidently competent with the info, and that allows the other person to know that you're you're actually in the moment. You're not just like, I've got a bunch of stuff to regurgitate and I'm going through my list and here I'm going to throw this one on the table like some kind of a card game. It's more of a, I hear what you're saying and here's an answer to that. Anyway, so like, I think you're right. You watch a couple of 3 or 4 times and you get to see like, okay, he said this, she said this, he responded, I would have responded this way. And then this is how she, responded. And you think, okay, I think I could have handled that differently. Now you watch another interview, or in your situation, like I was going to say, you're probably in a different situation because he's had one conversation like this, and sure, he shared his conversation with the world, but this might be one of his first conversations. I mean, he's probably fluent in being able to talk guns with people at this point, but I just don't know how often he talks to anti-gunners, right, and tries to change their mind or like give them, some opinion. But I'm thinking you probably, again, I don't think people come in, maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think people come in hating guns. They probably come in like skeptical or timid or concerned about them. But, I'm sure in the conversations, one of the things you do is have pizza and talk to people and get them comfortable. So the concerns that they have, what I'm getting at is like, okay, I seen Colion say this to her and then she responded this way, but I think I could have done it this way. Like you get to act on that. And month after month after month, intentionally or not, at some point, if I answer it this way, I might as well push a fucking button. But if I answer it this way, then they go, oh, okay. And then they calm down a little bit and understand that I'm not trying to push buttons. And they are open to the next thing, which is guns aren't necessarily violent. They're just loud. And yes, loud sometimes can be construed as violent. But, once I'm guessing too, once people hear some gunshots, nobody ever talks about this, then they understand what a backfire is in a car. You know what I mean? Like there's probably people that are like, oh, that's a gunshot? I thought I've been hearing gunshots. It's just my neighbor who's got an old 62, Corsair or something.
Oh yeah. I mean, it's real interesting to be involved in this. And really, if you are going to participate in a conversation, have the conversation before without, because a lot of these conversations between people happen between family members on holidays or in backyards, and you don't really want to be blindsided by this and like get in your feelings, maybe get upset because somebody said, you don't know the difference between a freaking semi-auto and a full auto, and you want to actually have a conversation. You don't know it. No, calm down. When you watch something like this, you hear the words and you realize you're probably gonna hear the words from someone that's not educated in this subject, and don't let that lead you astray and get caught up and lose the fact that you're trying to be a good representative and just have a conversation and plant seeds. You don't have to change minds.
And there's maybe is finesse the right word? You start to figure out like, I don't need to address that. Like this, I know that there's different opinions on this. I like to be accurate. So I'll be the one who says like, there's a reason why you want to be accurate about magazine and clip, or I don't know. One of these, the tons of people usually roll their eyes and go, oh, we don't have to worry about that. But then we also expect antis to be correct about what an assault weapon is. So I think that's one of the biggest ones is knowing when to not worry about the assault weapon word and when to bring it up. But I think the idea that you said assault weapon, let me start challenging you on your terminology right out the gate is a lot different than let's get some common ground. Let's figure out who each other are, get some common ground. I'll show that I understand. I can come across the fence and hear what you're saying, and by illustrating what you're, by resaying what you just said so that you understand I'm hearing you. And then once you've had a successful conversation, in a second conversation or in an after chat or something, you go, oh, by the way, assault weapons is a totally political word. So when you say that, people on our side, get triggered. So now they know that you're not challenging them on assault weapon. You're just letting them know that they're going to glitch us every time they bring it up. So maybe they can calm their jets on using it, or, say rifle or whatever it is that they're really trying to say instead of, because if they only have like 2 terms to talk about stuff, semi-automatic and assault rifle, like they don't know that there's a revolver and a blunderbuss and a, over and under. They don't know any of these other words. So you can sometimes just let them know like, hey, you can say rifle if you want. You can just say gun. You don't have to try the assault weapon. It doesn't impress us. It usually just triggers us. Anyway, so that's the kind of stuff that, you can reach across the other side, right? And I guess what I'm saying is once you've had those opportunity to have those kind of conversations and had successful conversations, that becomes I don't know what the word is, like, you get to understand that element of it where most of us, well, at least you haven't ever done anything, or like you say, yell at relatives or yell maybe at somebody at work or something. Okay, so we're definitely running over, but appreciate everybody that sticks with us. Do you still got time to keep going? I didn't really ask you how much.
Yeah, man. Okay. Oh, I knew what we were going to go over if I was involved because I can't shut up. So.
Well, I appreciate it because this is what I was kind of curious about. So I'm hoping people will give us some feedback on this version of the show. So this next one is Walk Talk America does a live show usually each week, and then kind of buttons it up and edits it and then puts it out as a podcast like a week later. They did 2 of them, I think, this week. I think I missed one. I saw this one after it happened and went back and watched it, and it was pretty decent. This is a lady that Mike Sedini met at Maj's Solutionary Summit at some point, and she went around going to all the different 50 states, shooting at the different ranges in all 50 states.
Oh, it's Heather?
Is that her name?
What's her name? Yeah, Heather. No, I met her at Train and Learn. She gave me a book inside it.
Okay, cool. So I bought one of her books. It was worth listening to. She seems like something I'd want to do is drive around and look at all these different shooting ranges. And then she got to a point where she's like, well, dang, I might as well go to all of them. And she had some personal reasons and stuff to fulfill that quest. So a good conversation. Yeah, pretty cool.
Yeah, she's a really nice lady. She was there at Train and Learn, and she's really very personable. Like almost to the point you're like, is this lady real? Yeah, she was 7 o'clock in the morning. She was the same person she was at 7 o'clock at night.
I know some people.
We do long days. We do long days of Train and Learn. I mean, it kicks off pretty much. You got to be at the range at like 8:30. So, and we were an hour outside of the range. So it was 7 o'clock start up. All of us stumbling down, having breakfast together at the hotel, and she sat with me and some of the other guys, and it was really great. Really nice lady. Was actually here in Jersey. We didn't know each other obviously then, because I would have taken it to a different range, or at least more ranges.
Home base is in Jersey, or you just met her in Jersey?
I met her in Jersey. She's out of North Carolina.
Yeah, I thought she was somewhere I didn't know anybody yet. All right, so the next one is Gun Freedom Radio. Cheryl and Dan Todd up in Phoenix there. They do their shows kind of sporadically. They've got a lot going on. They travel a bunch and whatever. They got other businesses and stuff. But they posted this one with Alan Gottlieb, and I didn't watch it, to be honest. I just doesn't, I didn't have enough time, and that's one of my second tier things to watch because I don't know what Alan's going to tell me that he hasn't told me before. Maybe there's something new, but essentially it says 50 years in the 2A fight with Alan, 13 views in 2 days. So I just think that's an interesting insight. People don't, we have a really interesting attention span. I don't know if that's the right word, like focus, like depth of focus. I don't know what the words are. And we'll either adjust that in ourselves, or I don't think anything will force us to. I think that there are pressures on us to like look at the faster thing and the quicker thing and to, make a quick decision and move on. So, this definitely, hours long podcast format isn't the way to win the internet or anything. Certainly not the way to win people's attention. But, the interview and the conversations and can it be more real? I didn't listen to it, but I'm assuming Cheryl and Dan are asking them, not really, softball questions, but they're usually going to ask them something interesting, and they're not just there to waste everybody's time. They're usually trying to give them an opportunity to talk about GRPC and, in this case, fluff them up about 50 years. But yeah, that's the world we're in. Everybody's willing to give up on the NRA. Like we've been told by our YouTube idols that the NRA is bad and that it was responsible for every bad thing we've had. Some people will tell me that every time I post about the NRA. And that perpetuates, like, what I'm saying? Like I've seen lots of things. Like back, I try to think of something that was kind of an eventuality back in the day. If you would have posted something about proprietary rails when, the existing accessory rail became the norm, you would have gotten shit. Like we had different things to bitch at each other about back in the old days, but we've always bitched at each other. So anyway, we have these things that we can pay attention to and things that we don't. And like I say, I don't think anything's going to force us to, but I do value Cheryl and Danny for creating a show where they can have people like Alan on to offer this perspective. When I do my research, this is the only thing I've got to go off of, because Alan doesn't write a book about the history of the Second Amendment Foundation. There's no like blog about it. And if the people themselves don't talk about their organizations, then without people like Cheryl and Danny asking them, then it never gets mentioned. And it's frustrating that people don't give a shit, but I mean, I don't really care if people give a shit or not. It's just I can be frustrated, right, without giving a shit. Like it's annoying, I think, that we don't give a shit, that we don't pay attention to our own community or culture, or what is this? Like, I guess it's community, yep. or it's like a sector of the big community. But anyway, it also means we don't. This is also an indication that we don't scrutinize our shit, like, because I mean, I don't know what he's going to say here for an hour or whatever, but it's a whole bunch of info about probably about the time that Second Amendment Foundation and what they've done over the years. And anyway, I'll keep moving. I just thought it was interesting. One, I wanted to mention it, but then two, I thought it was interesting that they only had 13 views over a couple of days. Now, of course, their podcast is probably more listened to than their YouTube. Most people don't sit there and watch a YouTube channel for a long thing like this. It's probably going to get a lot more views in podcasts, but we don't see that from the YouTube side. Sorry, I interrupted you there.
No, I was just agreeing with you. Yeah, we leave a lot on the table, and it really sucks. But I've hung out with Alan, and bro, I thought I was passionate. He's 50 years into it. I don't know if I'm going to be this passionate in another. Well, damn. I was going to say I haven't been in it that long. I've been in it since 2012. Yeah, I don't know if in another 28 years I'll be as passionate as I am now. I've only been doing it 12.
But I would think, when you look at, he started essentially when we were born. You know what I'm saying? Like, It's been at it for a while. So back then it was just do something to create awareness. And then at some point it was, let's get some stuff. So get some victories, some legal victories and some court cases and stuff. And they got those. They got Heller, they got McDonald, they got Ezel, they got Ezel 2. The New York State Rifle and Pistol Association wasn't really Second Amendment Foundation, but Heller wasn't them, but McDonald and Ezel were, if I remember correctly. And, essentially them running the ball for everybody. I think they were standing right next to Heller. Like they weren't involved, like they didn't do it, they didn't instigate it, but they certainly weren't, they were there, like they were hanging out, and I'm sure they offered resources and were doing whatever could be done next to the work. And then, I don't even know how many little cases and stuff. So I'm just thinking that the curve of his experience is getting ramped up here at the end. So I guess I'm saying that maybe that's part of his continued interest, is that instead of just dwindling and like a downhill slope with no end in sight, and it's kind of slowly risen and then got really active there for a bit, and it's still now super active, so I could see there's enough stuff to keep him busy, there's enough stuff to keep him interested for sure. But I haven't talked to Alan or seen Alan say anything since GRPC 2 years ago. Last year, did I watch him last year? I'm trying to remember. I must have watched it last year. I just don't know. You know what? Last year, Alan's wife hosted GRPC because he wasn't even there. That's right. So, I'm saying, like, it's been a while since we've seen Alan interact. So I guess I probably should watch it just to see where he's at. He seems like in this picture, he's not suffering or anything. But anyway, let's move on. So in Massachusetts, they're dealing with some heinous bullshit because their legislature meets every 72 hours. They have a full-time legislature, which means that they're busybodies and they constantly feel like they have to be called lawmakers for a reason, and they fiddle, and they're constantly attacking them. So they created this horrible shit. They hollowed out an existing, a bill that was already through most of the process. They hollowed it out. They added a ton of literally a horrible buffet of every bad gun law you can think of, crammed it into this spending bill so that it would get passed without any kind of regular interaction, and it's essentially on the ballot. Like it's gone, it's good to go. The governor signed it, so everybody got together and said, or a bunch of people got together and said, let's stop that. We'll get enough signatures to create a recall, and all that'll do is put it to the regular ballot. So they have to get a bunch of signatures so that becomes not just a law, but it has to go be voted on first. And then they'll still have, even if this ballot initiative is successful, they'll have to have another campaign to create awareness so that voters don't vote the damn gun anti-gun bullshit in. So this is a 6-minute video where Toby is explaining like the procedure on how to get 2 or 3 signatures on a piece of paper and then put the piece of paper away so that it doesn't become valid.
Oh man, I was supposed to be somewhere today. It's already passed. When you said signatures. All right, apologize. It just clicked. Go ahead, man.
Something. Sorry about that, man.
Oh no, it's Teresa Einacker is running for NRA board of directors. She's a Second Amendment advocate here in Jersey. That's also with Women for Gun Rights, a local CNJFO, our Second Amendment group here, and she's spoken in front of Congress or at least in Senate. And she's running here, and it was like 20 minutes down the road, and I forgot about it because I didn't put it in my phone. She was signing stuff from like 11 to 2, so I should have been there, and I still would have made this show. But I should have dropped by to see her and stuff.
I started contacting you before this show, so I messed you up.
Don't worry about it. No, I should have already been there. But hey, listen, it is what it is. I supported her and I reposted stuff and I let people know where it was. I just wanted to be there to see her because I haven't seen her since, Heller was here when we were hanging out at Washington Crossing Park together, which is cool that I could say that sentence.
But at least you remembered so that we could bring it up because I don't have her in here. But yeah, She's running for NRA board. No.
Yes.
Yeah.
Teresa Einacker is running for the NRA board. If you want, just hit my social media up on X because I reposted it. She had the whole thing where you can run the form off and all that link on that, or DM. Or DM me or whatever you need to do to get it, because this is an actual 2A advocate running for the board of the NRA. And we claim we want the NRA to be a 2A advocacy group, that fights the good fight and does all the things and rehabs itself and becomes the 800-pound gorilla that, the anti-gunners say they are. Well, we can do it by having actual advocates that have a track record of fighting for our rights already on the board. Dude, she's one of those.
Look at who's on it now. We got Rick Ector, who's been on it for a while now. And then we've got Amanda Suffolk. I was trying to say Knox. Why can't I think of Jeff Knox's name? So Jeff Knox is on there. And then the 3 other people that I don't remember the names of that got in with Jeff Knox. So now we're talking John Richardson from the blog in Florida. He's running, and Teresa is running. The 75 board people are mostly sitting around not doing shit. So a bunch of active people like this is effectively massive challenge to the NRA's status quo. Like it's already been changed. It's just a matter of how fast these new folks like Teresa will be added to the board, and then the momentum will just flip, and then it's going to be insane what the thing can do. Because it's going to be run by Anthony Colangelo. Yeah, you got Anthony Colangelo, who's of course Gun for Hire Radio, Gun for Hire podcast, Gun for Hire Range, and also he's on the board.
Yep.
Oh shit! Yeah. Look how many people. Like there's not even that many people that are anti-bullshit anymore. Or I mean, that are pro-bullshit anymore.
So what you're doing is building a cabal of actual activists that don't just talk about it, but they've done it for 10, 20 years. And now they're on the board, and it's like, there's enough of them to sway your votes now. There's enough of them to cause a pain in the ass. And these people already are friends. They already talk. You know what I mean? You can't sabotage their relationship because they've already been built before they ever came to the NRA. So that's what I dig about what's happening now. You got real people that have done real work. And of course, we can all admit NRA screwed up. They lost their opportunity with the way they supported a dude that had other priorities. They didn't cut them loose. They got caught up. Whatever you want to say, we have a way to turn that around, but we have to participate if we want to see that change. If you just want to complain to your friends about it, then you're not helping and you're not making a difference. If you want to make a difference, go to because I don't know where to go. I can't tell you Teresa's page, but go to my X or Twitter and download the paperwork and get it signed. Who cares where it comes from? If you're a lifetime member or been in for more than 5 years or have a 5-year membership, you can vote. Write it in, send it in, and let's get some freaking Second Amendment advocates. Get more Second Amendment advocates on the NRA board of directors. Not just people with money to donate. Yeah.
One of the things I like about the X is that you can repost so easily. So I'm looking at my page because I did the same thing. I reposted hers. I either reposted hers or you're reposting of hers a while back. Because same thing, I really want to see what'll happen once. Because really the people that are anti-NRA don't do shit anyway most of the time. Like the people are just going to bitch about whatever, and it's just an easy thing to bitch about because people will bitch with them. So once it's running, nobody's going to stand in the way of it. They're just going to stand there and go, oh, I was with the NRA the whole time. You know, it'll just start doing it. That'll be awesome.
Yeah, dude. I'm looking at it like, yeah, okay, you got Amanda. Like, you can get, Cheryl has 1,000 fires going on at one time. Diana Mueller. Like, you get all the people from these groups that started them. You get Phil Sims from NAGA. All of a sudden, this thing just becomes just another Second Amendment group held down and ran by various Second Amendment activists. Like, yeah, go ahead, buddy. You thought it was a nightmare before.
All right, I can't figure out how to. I keep clicking on it. X is like taking too much effort for my browser, so I'm going to quit clicking on it. But I got to her page. I just couldn't find when I clicked on the post that I found with the NRA thing, it took me to her page. I clicked on the wrong thing. Okay. But it was just taking too long that I shut that window. But I did get the link here, so anybody that wants it can grab it from the comments in the YouTube video. But it's just Twitter/Teresa Inniker. Awesome. Anyway.
Yep. So please.
About that in a second. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, get on that. Make a difference. I mean, seriously, I've spoken with her. I've worked with her. She's in the fight.
Speaking of somebody in the fight, I've got Professor Yamane. Somebody had talked about that earlier. That I forgot where somebody posted that. There it is. Gabriel was saying Professor Yamane, a sociologist of light over heat, does these kind of discussions with his classes, and he's in his 10th year of doing these classes at his college that he works at, and
Lake Forest,
Lake Forest University, and before the class begins, he invites the students, if they want to come out to the range, and in this video, I think it's about 6 or 7, maybe 9 minutes long, he'll kind of explain why he does that and the layout, like the range, the way he sets it up, and makes the kids be aware and feel safe that, it's like a controlled environment, so that there's nothing, they're not to be apprehensive or worried about it. And then they can also experience it, right? So, and then at the end, he talks about their reactions, like their experiences. So worth checking out. And I'm glad that he's doing this, but we just had Foss last week who does this on a one-on-one. He's just a guy that, whenever possible, if he'll ask a friend or somebody he meets, like, hey, have you gone to the range before? Want to go to the range? And then brings out a selection of stuff, kind of like a mini version of what you're doing, a one-on-one version. But, and then obviously what you're doing. So this isn't the only thing that's happening out there, but the professor does take the time to document it and share it. So lots of people do stuff. Well, some people, not lots, but, I'm going to say lots when you talk about the whole country. I'm sure that this happens multiple times in each state. So, technically it's lots of times this happens. And then often it's documented, but a lot of times it's documented for their website or for their socials. And if they don't have a huge following, then those socials don't go very far. We all know about, the lack of distribution to most gun-related stuff on socials. So, the fact that this stuff is happening and being shared is awesome. So, the professor, I think, has thought about, more than once about, his impact. And, well, here you go. So he's impacting the kids for sure. The college itself, and, the greater school culture by having the class for 10 years now and doing it in a way that isn't argumentative or challenging. You know what I mean? It's like going with the flow, and it's also doing what it's doing. It's not apologizing for it, but it's also not trying to, require the kids to wear a Trump hat or some shit. Like, it's just doing its thing. So anyway, I think that's worth mentioning. Then we get to Four Boxes Diner. I don't know if you pay attention to this guy.
Yeah.
He's not as loud as he used to be. He got less loud, which is nice. Because he used to kind of yell.
He's trying to sell books. He's
definitely
selling
sells
books now. So.
Yeah, he has like 6 or 8 books or whatever. But I can handle like somebody selling their own book. Like that's a lot different to me than some of the other stuff that's out there. Like this month it's gold. Next month it's some holster, some like flippy flop holster. And then we're going to have conversations in an actual chat about how you need to have a real holster. And then we're selling little flippy floppy holsters to make a living. Like at some point, I don't care what people do, but you also are allowed to pay attention to what people are doing. So when he's only selling his own books, like, yeah, it's annoying, but I can fast forward past that.
He was at Goals, and I actually have a book signed by him right here. So he signed his book for me and took a picture, had his lady sitting up there, or a lady, might have been a publicist, who knows what relationship they have, ain't my business. But she was there and she was on point, making sure she took everyone's picture with him. And real nice dude. I introduced myself. He already follows me I think he follows me on X. But it was pretty cool to meet him in person. I didn't have a conversation with him because he had a line of people, which was also really cool, that he had a line of people waiting for him.
Yeah, that is cool. Mike White is saying that in California, the DOJ website has a comment open, I guess a period open, to let that people can let them know their comments on the proposed $1 to $5 pay or fee increases. So that's worth noting. I didn't even know that was a thing, so I didn't know.
Okay. Here's a little advice, and I'm going to throw that out there even though no one asked for it. Go there and say it's a horrible idea. Oh, but they're not going to listen to us. Don't care. They still have to acknowledge it was there. They'll still have the numbers. Please go there and just write something. Don't be a jerk, but put something down. I don't know if it's only open to California residents, but whatever. If you can get in and write something that said that's a horrible idea and infringement on your rights. However you want to take it, call it the new Jim Crow law, call it a poll tax, whatever you want to do, but do something, because if we just sit around and go, well, they're never going to listen to us, well, they can put the numbers up and go, see, nobody cares. But if they have like 500,000 responses, they can still ignore them, but they can't say they didn't happen. And that's what was going on with New Jersey. And I'll go and throw it out as an example. In New Jersey, they were like, nobody here wants a carry permit because no one even puts in for it. Well, they'd create an environment where it made it expensive and a pain in the ass. And pretty much it was well known that you would not get a carry permit because they turned people down for half a century. And like one gentleman was actually kidnapped, taken across country, and put on his knees before a hole in the ground before he was able to convince the people that took him that he was not the person they were looking for. He had the same name and looked kind of the same if you gave a description. And he was like, those people are still out there. I feel my life is still in danger. I'd like permission to carry a firearm from the state. And the state said, well, that only happened once. Probably won't happen again. So no, you can't have a carry permit. Then Bruin happened, and we can carry. And within 2 years, 50,000 carry permits have been issued, up from less than 1,500 in the entire state. So yeah, if you don't
I gotta
apply or
step.
if you
I
don't,
gotta. I gotta step away for a
what was
second.
that?
Take. I gotta step away for just a second. Take it from it.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so if you don't apply and don't participate, they can always say nobody gives a damn. And that's why we have to be active as activists, as people that are in the fight. We gotta participate, mainly because most gun owners don't. If you're listening to this podcast in any way, you're in the percentage of activist gun owners that are trying to make a difference. Use that. You don't have to make it your life. You don't have to make it even your lifestyle, but you should make it a priority because a lot of others don't make it a priority. And that's the issue. A lot of gun owners, some of our friends, just sit around and go, well, somebody else will do it. It needs to be us. You're 100% right. Silence is acceptance. And we have to push back. We're not in the old school days. I'm not asking you to march to Selma. I'm not asking you to face down fire hoses and barking dogs. I'm going, hey, after you post the picture of your sandwich for lunch to your Instagram page, maybe go and do some Second Amendment advocacy in your stories. If it's not going to cost you your job, all right? Because let's be real, bill still needs to be paid. But we also need to step up as firearms owners to get into the fight a little bit. If it's nothing more than, hey, this bill is coming up in our state, or this is going on in another state. Could you send, $2 to the Coalition of New Jersey Firearms Owners and help them in the fight? Because we have actual lawsuits going on now to get rid of the one handgun a month law. That's it. And definitely, it only takes you a few minutes to write an email. How's this? Because I've done this cold. The very first time I wrote in a letter to my legislators, it took me and my boy Sean pretty much most of a Sunday to get the wording down and do all that stuff because we didn't want to be preachy, but we wanted to get our point across, but we didn't want to sound like a bumper sticker. And we had to figure out how to word it and say what we felt without being repetitive and sounding like every other person. Because when you use those form letters, like that's on FPC's page, they kind of get kicked out because they receive 10,000 of them with the same wording. So you use your words to say what they say and keep it short. You don't have to write a sonnet. You don't have to write, a 45-minute speech. Remember, some of the most impactful things, impactful words we have, or some of the literature, or some of the most important literature we have, short. Gettysburg Address, short. Second Amendment, short. It doesn't take a lot of words to get your feelings across, but make up, write a letter, even have it just for yourself. Have your very own form letter when it comes to Second Amendment and infringements, and either reword it for each incident or just boom, copy and paste from your own file. Hey, I don't find this acceptable. It's a violation of the Second Amendment. It's clearly written by the founders of this country. And if you vote for this, and if they're in your state, not only will I vote against you, but I'll help finance the campaign against you by making a donation to your opponent. Also, one of the things I was told to do that I never thought of, find someone and donate to them that's in your state. Now, all of a sudden, you go from someone that's in an email that's a constituent to a donor that's sent an email. And believe me, that's on another list. Also, when you're talking about being on a list, because you should be on one if you're a firearms owner, one of the things that they can look at, legislators can look at, is how often you vote and what party you're registered to. Now, they don't know who you vote for, but they can know your party affiliation and the number of the number of times you vote. It's important to vote in all elections. It only happens once or twice a year, depends on where you at and depends on what's going, including school board elections and local elections. Now, all of a sudden, you're a regular voter. You're someone that participates in the process, not someone that just shows up every 4 years to vote for president. Yeah, people are watching still. So the more you vote, the better it is when you come to be an activist. That's one of the things that I've learned as I've been in this stupid fight that we shouldn't be involved in because it shouldn't even be happening. They ticked me off, and that's the only reason I'm doing this is because in 2012, I got annoyed. I got radicalized by the anti-gunners to fight for my own rights because no one else was going to. And that's why I do what I do. So if you want to support me, DJ Play Nice has been putting stuff up. You can find me online at diversityshoot.com. You can find me on X at second, 2ND second, four, the number four, everyone. And you can support the work there or even follow me there. But I really feel that more of us need to step into the breach. You don't have to do what I do, but you can share the work of others. You can kick these people in the ass and just join that army of people that are fighting for your rights. It's real easy after a win to claim you were with us the whole time. But if you're in the fight, you're actually making a difference when you're donating, when you're spreading the word, when you're reposting stuff. All of that stuff helps and puts you in the fight. And it is greatly appreciated by me and others when you share our posts because we are being limited. We are being throttled back. I was listening to Brandon Herrera, and he said, well, you're not being throttled back, you're boring. Yeah, activism is boring. Talking about voting is boring. It really is. But guess what? We got to do it. Brandon Herrera has a business because the Second Amendment exists. Um, Everything from his firearms related business to his YouTube channel are there because people have done the boring work before he ever came along. And people are still doing the boring work while he's here, reaping the benefits off the work they've done. And I'm not pooping on him at all because nice dude. And he put his money where his mouth is and actually ran for Congress to try to make a difference as pro Second Amendment guy. Sometimes we have to go, hey, buddy, yeah, this part is boring. There's a reason there's a reason more people watch Weather Channel than C-SPAN. C-SPAN is boring. Watching them make the sausage sucks. But it's very important for us as citizens to stay on top of it, at least in some form, because they fear an educated populace. That's why they try to keep you stupid. That's why they try to keep you divided. That's why they try to tell you your vote doesn't count. Those are the same people. They're on the same side, or at least helping out the side that wants us divided and wants us to sit down and shut up. So we have to push back. We have to fight back. We have to be involved in it. And it sucks. It's so freaking boring to sit around and wait to speak at your state capitol. The cool part is if you belong to some of these groups or you go to some of these meetings, it's kind of like hanging out with your friends. That's the good part about joining Second Amendment advocacy groups, especially if they're smart. Now, CNJFO in New Jersey, they volunteer at every one of my events. I try to make this thing a fellowship so we can build friendships within the community. Regardless of the Second Amendment organization you're with, we're all chilling here. We're having cigars after the event. We all believe in the same thing and fighting for the fight, even though we are belonging to separate groups. Don't ever let that stand in their way because at the end of the day, we're all working for the same goal, which is the Second Amendment. So when you join these Second Amendment organizations, you can befriend and hang out with people who are like-minded. And CNJFO has cool guns, and we shoot them. We have the guns at our events. CNJFO itself hosts fundraisers like a quail hunt every year, sometimes twice a year. They have a hog hunt they do. So what they're doing is bringing people together in a fellowship way, not just for advocacy, but to hang out and do cool gun stuff with your friends. So now when we go to testify, it's like hanging out. Yo, listen, we got to be there by 8 o'clock. We meet up here at 7 down the street, from the Capitol. We have breakfast at this place. So now you're hanging with your boys. Y'all have breakfast together. You talk about anything you want. We go in. We get really freaking annoyed as we have to testify for our own rights for the fifth time in a freaking row. But we finally do it. Everybody gets to speak. They adjourn, and then we roll out and we go have an early dinner or a late lunch at a local restaurant. We talk about other stuff, and Some dudes go, hey, yo, listen, Saturday I'm going to be at range 14 down at Fort Dix. Who wants to roll with me? I'm going to be shooting some cool guns. And they were like, hey, I'll bring my cool guns. Now, all of a sudden, not only did you spend a freaking Monday, because that's usually when they try to ambush you, they announce on Friday that they have adherents Monday morning because they're pieces of crap. So you all of a sudden scramble to take off Monday, but you know you're hanging with your boys, and now you got a date on Saturday to hang with your boys again, and we're gonna have cigars after we come from the range. That's the cool part about joining these Second Amendment organizations. You turn it into that, not just a bunch of grumpy old men shouting about my rights, because that would get old fast. Like you turn it into a fellowship.
I dig that. I only got in here to the end of that. I appreciate you running it here. I had to go deal with some stuff in real life over here. But
Yeah, no
I would just add to that, if it gets to that, or when it gets to that, level, then you also get like, oh, they're doing this and we're doing this. Let's compete. Like, oh, you're doing this and let's doing that. Let's collaborate. Oh, you're doing this and let's doing that. Like, let's see which one does get further. Like maybe, oh, if we swap and I did what you're doing and you do what I do, and like, oh wow, we're both more successful. Like there's all of that starts to happen because everybody's going in the same direction. We're just pulling different ropes, right? Like we're just doing different stuff.
Yep.
All right.
Yep.
So
and you get over the us versus them shit. Sorry, didn't mean to curse. It really does frustrate me when within the Second Amendment community. Yeah, I know, but just sometimes when we get in the Second Amendment community, we get caught up in the us versus them. I'm like, bro, we on the same rowboat. Just row together, damn it.
The row and bail water, right? Because sometimes it's one of those things where everybody's in the boat and the one side's sinking and everybody else is laughing at them. So I don't know. We started talking about this guy, and we didn't talk about the topic of this video much, but maybe you did. But essentially, he's talking about ways that information can be manipulated, used, goofed with, and that's something that's. It's like, I don't know. It's like one of those things that I don't know too many people that love the concept, but I think it's something that we all be better off understanding enough about numbers to understand how they can, I don't know if I'm trying to think of a good example, but, essentially use numbers, use data, polls and things to say whatever you want. Mm-hmm. And just having a little bit of knowledge about that lets you at least look with scrutiny. And I don't know, I can't remember honestly after watching this. I watched this early in the week, but evidently I thought it was important enough to put up here. But what you sound like you were talking about to some extent was the next topic. And I don't know if you'd went ahead and looked or whatever, but Michael from Michael from San Diego Gun Owners also hosts the radio show that we talk about all the time on Sundays. But then they started doing a thing on Mondays called Lead Talks. And that's a conversation. It had been with instructors, and I was listening to it, even though everything I said about guns before kind of applies to training. I'm more interested in training than I am in the development of like handguns, but if you ranked everything, but not much higher. Like I'm also kind of sick of all the training. It's interesting to me, but it's kind of like martial arts. I was really interested in martial arts until it turned into everybody gets on the floor and rolls around and fights with each other, grappling. Like that's awesome for sports, but in real life, people are stabbing you then. So it's not my only goal. Like I want to still sit here once in a while. And I'm a big fat guy. It doesn't do me any advantage to roll around with people. But anyway, so, listening to firearms instructors is interesting, but I also don't retain much of it. But this was a little bit of a departure. This was the conversation with an attorney mastering the art of communicating with activists. So this is essentially like a workshop for Second Amendment activists, and that's all I'm about. I'm all about that. So It sounds like that's a bit of essentially what you were talking about. I mean, that's what the KD does with Train and Learn, essentially, and with the AMCON is trying to do.
Ambassador Academy. That's what they do.
It's an element of it, right?
Yeah, I mean, it all. Bro, I love the fact that somehow not only have I been, but these people are now my friends. But how do you get in? By showing up, bro. By showing up. Continually showing up, you can actually be a part of this and get in the fight. I mean, I'm not, trying to poo-poo anybody or anything like that, but people often ask me that question. How do I get in? How do you get in? How did this happen? Because I mean, obviously, you listen to me here. I'm a regular freaking guy. You know, I don't, I'm no Coleon Noir. I'm no superstar. I'm just a dude that's doing the thing, and the thing. And I'm somehow in the room with these people, and it just makes me realize I got here by doing the work. So cool. Anything you can do to become a better activist, a better speaker. Wasn't my goal. My goal was just to show people in New Jersey how to do a thing. That's it. It wasn't like, hey, Tony, you need to be a speaker here or go here or have people actually, asking you to speak. No, I just wanted to make it better in New Jersey and get these people off our ass in my state. And it grew bigger. So having the education, listening to a podcast that talks about how to communicate better, you don't have to think about testifying in front of your legislators. This is, again, conversations that you can have with your friends, family, and the people in your social circle. And if it makes you better able to communicate our point of view and actually win people over, or at least open their minds up a little bit, the minds that have been propagandized their entire life to be anti-gun, and you can reverse it because they know you and you didn't attack them. Instead, you actually had a conversation with them, and that got them to look and eventually change their own mind. Awesome. So my suggestion, check out stuff like this that you can listen to in your own time. You can listen to 2 times speed. And if you find it useful, share it and post it up on your page to let other people know it's there too. Oh. Hey, guess who just got a package from Aegea's Gun Care? Me. That's who. Yeah, I ran into them in real life for the first time, even though they've supported me for over a year now. I ran into them in real life at Goals, and they were like, "Hey, you need anything else?" And I'm like, "Yeah, dude, I'm actually out of everything. I've raffled off all of your stuff. I need a reload, and actually, I have to shoot them a thank you letter because it got here yesterday. So I'm opening it as we speak."
Right on.
So
they say it
let's see
Aegis,
what it is.
just like
Aegis.
Aegis.
Is it Aegis? Aegis or
Yeah,
Aegis?
they say it Aegis.
Aegis. Okay, because I was on the ship, and they say it Aegis. All right, Aegis. All right, here we go.
So then that was, like I say, that's Michael from Gun Owners Radio, and their guest was this attorney. It was worth listening to. I listened to like the last half of it, and then I was just listening to I think I was listening to this just as you showed up when I was inviting you to the show or whatever earlier. So I got to listen to the very end of it or whatever, or like actually the middle of it, but I have to listen to the rest of it. Then our friend Alex in Indiana did an episode on the future of gun rights focused on the Missouri's battles. It would be interesting to see or have a conversation with, either see a conversation with or host a conversation with Alex and why can't I think of her name?
Ooh, what state?
Missouri.
Where?
Missouri. Something. Why can't I think of it? It's in front of my face. She's got a basset hound in Missouri. The No More School Guns. I think her name is Susan, but I don't know what her. Unapologetically Armed. There you go. It took me a minute. Unapologetically armed.
Oh, okay.
She always wears blue shoes or teal shoes, I guess, and then has the basset hound. And her thing is, well, all the fights in Missouri, but essentially the one that she's championed is the gun-free zones have got to go. And also one of her other big ones that she had, because she'll travel to the legislature. She'll travel to the legislature and then record it, post about it. And it's an ordeal. She has to drive like 2.5 hours or get there 2.5 hours away and then 2.5 hours back, right? So she has plenty of time to post, but she was also challenging the prohibition of carry on public transportation. The idea that people on public transportation don't have a right to be armed is silly because that essentially makes them gun-free zones, which makes them victim disarmament zones. So she's got a great perspective. And like you say, he's talking about some of the Missouri issues in this one. He's in Indiana. He's an attorney. But it would be an interesting conversation just to have them both on the same show. I don't think I've ever been on the same show together. I'm Gabriel saying I want to get the Missouri bill rewritten to avoid the reasons why federal appeals court finds it unconstitutional. I don't know. I'm missing that. Your report is saying Aegis is good people. Let's see. Yeah. So, I mean, they've supported a lot of people that are activists, so that's what I gauge. So, yeah, as far as companies
and understand, and they're still a mom and pop shop working, out of a little area.
Resources. It's not like, we're like one of the largest distributors on the planet, and we give money to 6 people. Like, no, they're a small place, and they're really encouraging and allowing stuff like you and some of the other channels and stuff that are real. Like, I consider the channels that are impromptu and live and stuff to be real. They've supported those kind of stuff. So anyway, and they're still getting to events. It's not cheap at all to get to an event. So they're definitely investing in the community. And not enough. It sounds like even though Goals was big, there was people that said to them stuff like, we don't go to first year shows. So that means some people are like, money's more to us than seeing the community grow. And that's fine. Like, I'm not 100% pro GOA. I'm not anti GOA by any means, but I do know when they've compromised, they act like they never compromise. But at the same time, I'm not so skeptical of them or give them such a challenge that I wouldn't go to their first show. I would have loved to go if I could afford it to see the first show and everything. But to be a manufacturer and decide to hold back being part of it because I want to wait and see if it works, that's a little bit, I'm going to call that that's thin ice to stand on.
Okay, that's nice of you to say, because I was actually going to call it a dick move.
I was going to say something like that too, but I tried to be nice.
I love the fact that we're tagging in and out of whether we're going to curse or not.
Well, let's move on. So, because we're over 2 hours, but I appreciate you again taking some time out. I was trying to deal with some in real life stuff that was happening on a Saturday, and I'm hoping that it just got taken care of. So the next thing up is American Suppressor Association. Well, you live in a place where suppressors are good or no good?
Nope, can't have them. Okay, they're fun. They're fun. They're illegal. Yeah.
So this is something you might not be paying attention to, but American Suppressor Association. When I was talking earlier, I probably really turned the corner, and I said, with my amount of time I'm going to spend on guns online, I'm no longer spending it on guns. And I had lots of reasons to. Like, I have massive collections of cool stuff, and I really enjoy it. I just felt like, there's only X amount of time in my life, and I'm going to spend it on activism and encouraging activists, because we were making such strides. Like, we've just made such strides in the last few years. Anyway, one of the things that got me to that point is in 2012, American Suppressor Association happened, and I just happened to be paying attention because I was a fan of Silencer Co. So Silencer Co was involved in this. Otherwise, I probably wouldn't have been paying attention, because I was definitely involved with guns, and I was definitely getting to the point. I don't know if you were around in 12. Were you around in 12?
Yep.
Okay, so in 12, you weren't 2A for E yet. That was still 3 years off. Like, if I remember right, SHOT Show had been I do remember that part, that SHOT Show had been at Sands for 2 years. And we knew that it was pretty much going to stay there for a while, because up until 2010, SHOT Show was in a different place every year. Every once in a while, it would hang out in Vegas for a few years. But essentially, it was kind of moving all over, and nobody really got comfortable with SHOT. It was a different type of SHOT Show. I always get into in addition, the media was involved in SHOT Show in a much different way, starting when I started in 5, going through 12. Like, it really developed, and it was awkward. It was an awkward transition. But by 12, that was smoothing out. And 12, if I remember right, was the first year that Nothing Fancy went to SHOT Show, ruined YouTube and SHOT Show. That was like oil and water because of a couple of bad moves by a couple of people. And because I was involved in all this, and I was definitely into SHOT Show, and I was way more involved in the industry than I ever was in YouTube, but I was also the second largest channel on YouTube back then. YouTube wasn't a big thing. Like, we also had other stuff. YouTube was just one of the things we were doing. It just happened to be one of the largest things. But anyway, that's when this one Suppressor Association comes to the plate, and they make a video, and everybody's expecting it to be, a new can, some kind of new baffle. I had been up there and toured, so I knew a couple of things. You know how it is when you tour a place or you know the people, they show you something. You can't talk about this. Look at this. So I knew there was a couple of things like, don't talk about this, but this is coming. And I was like, oh, is it going to be one of those announcements? And what it was them going to the technology branch, essentially the NFA part of the ATF, and they visited there, met with them, physically sat down at a table with them at the technology branch, was allowed to film video. They did, and then they put that out on their website, or on YouTube, I should say. And it was epic. It was epic. I don't know if you remember when that happened, but everybody got to see the legal, what do they call those things? Those cardboard boxes that had all everybody's forms in them. And everybody knew that was a backup, but they walked with a camera down the aisle past, I don't know, dozens and dozens of these cardboard boxes full of forms, and panned over to the the Fiverr help that they got off of Craigslist that's over there, with a rubber stamp and a bottle of Diet Coke, doing one at a time. And it's like, wow, now we see what the ATF is all about. It's like a bunch of college kids on a week, on a summer job, eventually getting through this pile of forms that's so huge that no one expects them to even ever put a dent into it. They sat down and started doing stuff. And for me, I was like, I never thought we could do that with our YouTube channels. Like, these people walked into the NFA and looked around. It wasn't until 2018 that I got to get to that building and from the outside and do a live show. We did one of these shows from the outside of that building. But, I was like, fuck, that's cool. Like, these people are actually they're changing the way that we can deal with guns and the government with a YouTube channel. And it's pretty much at that point that I started thinking, why isn't everybody else doing this? Like, some people are way bigger than Silencer Co. ever will be, or ever was. And they're not, and that's when I started bugging people. I won't get into all that. But, so I've always been a fan of Silencer Co. Well, I should say American Suppressor Association. But here's my but, because I don't love everybody for no reason. It seems like now they're super worried about times. And I get it. I understand, we literally have hours or something of wait times for NFA stuff now. But I don't think the goal is to have fast NFA. I want the goal to be no NFA.
Yep.
So that's where I'm like, it's frustrated for me to give a shit about this, but at the same time, I acknowledge that it's a cool thing, and it's probably better that we have thriving suppressor companies and tons of suppressors out there. But look how it wasn't exactly easy to say the bump stocks are out there, leave them alone, or AR-15s are out there, leave them alone. That hasn't worked yet. But, that's sort of the goal with suppressors. But anyway, some kind of back and forth on this one.
Well, so I've been obviously in the guns for a long time. So when Silencer Co. was out there, Mike Pappas was part of it, right? Remember back then? Obviously, if you went there, you met Mike.
Yep.
Older dude. He was
one of the dudes that was like, hey, don't talk about this, but that was Mike.
Yeah, definitely. He's an engineer, yeah. So he's now with Dead Air, right? Dead Air silencers. Yo, bro, tell me right before I left, I didn't hang out with Mike smoking a cigarette outside as I was smoking a cigar, waiting for my Uber to show up. I got to hang out with Mike for like almost half an hour, 45 minutes. And he was just talking about his time, design, what he hopes to achieve. I mean, I'm sitting there going, dude, 2012, I was watching you on I forgot who he was. They did a tour. It might have been Nothing Fancy actually did a tour of Silencer Co.
We did.
And
in 10.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wonder whose video I saw. Anyway, it was Mike on the video, and he was talking and all that stuff. And I'm sitting there going, went from the dude
Nothing Fancy lived in Salt Lake City. Is that Salt Lake City? And he did a tour before. Like, that's how I knew that it was a possible thing. Oh. But as soon as I seen people do stuff back then, I was like, well, I'm doing that too. So I flew up there and did a tour too.
Yeah. So, I mean, it was just awesome for me to go, one of those, how did I end up in the room things? And Mike was talking about how he thought the same thing too. He was like, I look around sometimes, like, how did I end up in the room? And he was like, I did it because, I wanted to make a difference. I wanted to build these things. So it was just pretty cool where activism can take you, and then to live in a state where I can't have this thing, but I can talk to the dude that designed, some of the greatest things in this business. like one of the major products and major companies in this business he helped form, including, the legislation and one of the fighting bodies for it, silencers themselves. Like he was in on that. And it's like, wow, this is pretty freaking cool. And it motivates me to keep doing the work I'm doing. Because if you ever want to feel like you're on the right side of history, man, go to one of these conventions and actually talk to people that have put in the work, not only to make a product to sell you, but to fight for the right to be able to have that product in the first place. Because
you could put the same amount of time into grip panels or front rails or any other thing, and choosing to do suppressors isn't necessarily you're going to get rich. You're definitely going to be cutting. Anyway. So it's definitely a valid direction.
But to bounce off of what you said earlier, you'd think every firearms and firearms accessory company would want to support that, and they don't. So to me, I appreciate the ones that do, and especially when you can just chill out and actually talk to one of the guys that run the ground floor, one of the bigger companies, or at least well-known companies out there.
So Jeff was saying that he wanted to get to goals, but his foot hurt him. One of his many vacations, he busted his foot dancing around or something. Ooh. So he refused to take a scooter like Tony did, shot. But anyway, so at goals though, looks like you sat down with Dan, Cheryl and Dan.
Yeah. Dude, the way I did it and what happened was great. I was over talking to the guys of the new company, Rost Martin. They make a Strike-Fire 9mm, and I was there introducing myself to them. Hopefully, they will be sending me one soon because I highlighted it in one of my diversity shoots. Anyway, I'm talking to them. Danny comes up and says, "Hey, we'd like to get you on the show." And I hadn't seen him since I spoke in Phoenix. And as we were talking, Phil Sims popped up, who is the head of NAGA. Was it National African American Gun Association?
NAGA is totally different. Yeah, NAGA.
NAGA, National African American Gun Association. He was there. Now, Phil has been busting my chops for years because he asked me to run the New Jersey chapter in 2015, and I told him no. So he's been busting my chops because I told him no. Anytime we see each other on the podcast, he's like, "Yep, we'd like to have a New Jersey chapter, but you keep saying no." And Danny was like, "Yeah, I've been trying to get Phil on too." I was like, "Well, here we both are." He's like, "Cool, will you come on?" So we're talking, and then I introduced him to one of the owners of Ross Martin, who, if you don't know, Ross Martin is an interracial couple that actually husband and wife that owns this company. And I introduced the owner, Chris, to Phil, and he goes, "Yeah, I've been trying to actually reach out to them because that's a pretty big freaking deal to have an American-made company that is, run by African American, and that will understand they have to sell firearms to stay in business, especially if they're brand new. So introducing them to a new market helps them out." So I thought that was pretty cool, and so did they. So that's how I met.
Especially in a world where everybody's like, "I like Smith & Wesson, period." My wallet only opens for CZ or whatever.
Or again, you have, understand Ross Martin MSRP is like $425 for pretty much a Glock-like pistol. That's pretty good as a firearm. I'm not going to say anything's extraordinary, but it's just another solid option you have. But it's a small American company out of Texas that actually shows up and supports goals at their first event when other companies who are well established didn't. So you want to give props where props belong. Anyway, they were there. I introduced them, and then I ended up over talking to Cheryl and Danny, and they gave me an opportunity to just promote what we do. And that was really great. And hopefully, because I already agreed to it, in 2025, I'll be speaking in Phoenix again at the Second Amendment event there.
Oh, yeah. Well, hopefully I'm not in the last time you were here. Wasn't this year, right? It was last year?
No, last year, yeah.
Yeah, and I was not doing well financially. Like I barely well, shit, you know what I'm saying? I was not doing well financially. So next time you come up, I will not be treading water on down here in Tucson. We will make sure something happened.
Hey, man, listen, I appreciate whatever we did.
Yeah.
We had fun. I had a good time.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I just didn't get to go up there. Well, it was the rally. I was thinking I'm mixing it up with GRPC, which happens at Phoenix half the time. Yeah, you're right. It was just going up there and coming back down. But still, it was still like, you know, it was not easy to just wrap whatever it is, about $70 for me to drive up there. Back then, it wasn't easy to just, wasn't casual to throw down $75 in gas. But anyway, no, that's cool. I'm thinking like if you want to try to do a diversity shoot or something, like, you know, you'll have people out here who can help you figure it out or whatever.
Yeah, not only people out there, but people I've met, lawyers. Damn, what's the name of the organization? Attorneys for
Freedom. Attorneys for Freedom.
Yep, that's it. Attorneys for Freedom. They were there, and they actually was one right next door to Danny and Cheryl. They had a booth, and they were actually doing some live interviews and things like that. And definitely, they asked me to, you know, come back out to Phoenix too. They want to actually talk to me and interview me there. My thing is, the more people I know out there, the easier it is to set up a diversity shoot while I'm out there.
Well, we'll have to talk about that off air a little bit. Let me put it in the side chat so that I don't forget. What's it called?
Okay.
And I'm just making a note. This is bad radio, but I've never said it's good radio. All right. So first off, I guess Mike White is saying Liberty Doll posted that Polymer 80 has gone out of business. I heard about that a while ago, so I don't know if that's just a new element to it or if what I heard was speculation or something. But yeah, I didn't put that kind of stuff into the show because I don't know where to draw a line between gossip. That's an interesting one and it's relevant. You know what I mean? But it's definitely not like a bill. It's not like you know what I mean? It's an attack. And it's, you know, just one that I didn't include.
It's a culmination of unsuccessful attacks, but it cost enough money that they succeeded in what they wanted to do, and they were able to put Polymer 80 out of business. Because Polymer 81,
and I'm never going to say that like, oh, that's an inconsequential business that we should not worry about. I mean, there's times when you have to not worry about it, but that's usually in like the throes of battle. We're not in the throes of battle. I don't like losing anybody, especially if it's an attack on them. And in this case, it's using ignorance and misunderstanding, I guess, or like a lack of understanding is a better way to say it, of all those people who are like, yeah, let's get rid of ghost guns because they don't know what the hell. And that's where, you know, you can't blame anybody, but it's also like, what are you going to do? Like we get casualties. And I know a couple of people who would say, well, if you build a company that does XYZ and then you get mad when XYZ gets pointed at, you know, you knew you had coming or whatever. But at the same time, I'm not going to say.
Well, it's usually people that say that. I just question people that say stuff like that. Now, here's the crazy thing. One of the biggest sellers of Polymer 80s was the, fudge. His name starts with a J, Bible name. I'm such an idiot. Joshua from Gideon Optics.
Really?
So that has a whole backstory that ended up him buying an entire gun show to sell Polymer 80s. And the host bill classes because of Polymer 80s and introduced people to that whole thing. And I ended up being a part of that and actually showing up as a guest at that particular event. So I got to be there when it all came to fruition. The Eagle Gun Show in Pennsylvania.
Does that gun show still happen?
That gun show still happens. I mean, the Oaks, not the Eagle. The Oaks Gun Show still happens because he bought it from under the people when they told him they couldn't have AR-15s there and he couldn't have Polymer 80s there. He got his money together and bought the show. And threw them the frig out. And that had to be 2018 or 19.
Yeah, because it happened just before COVID. A bunch of other news happened that kind of, it didn't get to be like as epic as what's the word, like a thing that, you know, like we don't get very many of those instances, so that it did stand out. Yeah,
Yep.
so that's
So
why,
he
like
won that.
I do feel bad
Mhm.
that I didn't put the polymerase stuff in here because that is I'd say, even though it's gun news, it's so adjacent, it overlaps, and it is Second Amendment because it's important as fuck to not give away handmade guns. Like that's ridiculous.
Yeah, so he's an awesome dude. Brandon and him at Goals too. Those guys were there showing their new stuff that's about to come out that's going to blow your mind, and I can't wait for it because one thing is cool to again have a show, but he stepped from just being a dude that owns a company to being a guy that was an activist and made things happen. So I really appreciate it. And also they've sent me two optics already just because of the diversity shoots so I could actually introduce people to firearms using the red dot. Because I'm one of those dudes that believe I don't have to teach firearms, fundamentals. I just need them to hit the target and become positive about owning guns. So if they're successful hitting a target, all of a sudden they're more geeked up and they're more likely to come back and bring their friends. And red dots and prism optics help. And they gave me two of them with no expectations of anything, not a review, not even tell anybody about it. Just here, we like the work you do.
Very cool. So speaking of the Aloha spirit, and this is going to get crazy. We're only in the 2A section still. Like we're not even into the gun section yet. And then there'll be the military section. So we might not even be able to do this whole show. So I appreciate M. Gabriel said he likes the co-host. So I appreciate the feedback. I was asking people, this isn't our normal show. Normally, Tony and I do the Ask Gun Questions show during this time slot. But I fell asleep last night, essentially, during Gizzards' show. It's not his fault, but I fell asleep during Gizzards' show. I laid down in front of the open window, and it was a hot night, and the cool air got me. And I didn't wake up until middle of the night and started working on some stuff. So when I chatted with Tony, I said, hey, you want to try an experiment here? And I'll do the weekly wrap-up with a co-host. I do like the idea, but I either have to make the show a lot, like half the size so that it actually is a reasonable time, or just include much less stuff, because obviously that's the whole point, is to have the riff about the different topics or whatever. And I don't think it would be any better if we talked faster or were more brief, because that's, I think, the whole point. But I'm not convinced that a 20-minute podcast is the way to go. So I'm okay if you got the time. We'll keep digging in here. So I guess with that little kind of aside there, to say thanks to the people that are joining us live. There are a lot of people joining us right now on both the X. You're allowed to comment on X and on YouTube. And you see all these people that are on YouTube and commented, and I can bring their comments up on the screen. That's because they're commenting, and you can comment on X. So what's your thoughts on Tulsi? This was her talking about the watch list, which is kind of another level of fuckery, but I'm more thinking of Tulsi.
Which what?
What?
Which watch list? Which watch list is she on?
She
Is it
does
terrorist
this
watch list?
Yeah. This is a video from Crump, but it's just he starts the video and says, "Watch Tulsi's video," and then it's like Tulsi's video, and then at the end he says, "That was Tulsi's video." So essentially, it's just her video. But I figured I'd give the credit to Crump, because I don't care if she's a Democrat still, and she used to hate guns, so she hasn't quite proven that she's on our side yet, but she's definitely leaning this way. That's why I'm giving her the benefit of the doubt, or what.
Mm-hmm.
So that's my question: is I don't care so much about the watch list, because that's a level of bickering on the Democrat side, and what are you going to do? I'm sure Republicans are dicks to each other too when they hate each other. But aside from the politics. Well, I shouldn't say that, because she's all about politics, but you know what I mean? Aside from that particular issue, in the greater picture, have we ever talked about Tulsi? What do you think about Tulsi?
Okay. The reason I laughed is because I've had this conversation about Tulsi and with my guys, because all of my guys aren't aligned politically. They're all pro Second Amendment, but they're not in lockstep on, who they're voting for or even what party they support. But they all support the Second Amendment. So the thing with Tulsi is some people went, yeah, awesome. Tulsi's on our side now. Give her all the props. And I'm like, well, hold on a second before we give her all the props. What has she really done to benefit us other than repeat some of our talking points back to us?
Yeah.
And his point was, well, what do we want as gun owners? We say we want to welcome people, but when someone crosses over, all of a sudden we're giving them the second degree and like, hey, what kind of American are you kind of drill? And like, well, when do they cross over, or when do they get given a chance, or when do you trust them? Or do you just continue to gatekeep because they change sides? And I was like, that's a pretty good point. And then I thought about it for a second, because that's what you do when you actually have conversations with friends of yours and you know where they're coming from. They make you think. And that's the great part. So my whole thing was this: what has she done to make up for the fact that she not only signed legislation that was anti-gun, but put forth legislation that was anti-gun? Where has she testified for our rights? Where has she actually met with other legislators to push for the Second Amendment? Other than putting herself out there as, hey, I'm no longer on that side, which is self-promotion, what has she done to help us? So that's where my question goes to anybody. What has she done to push back the other direction, other than say stuff on podcasts that just gets eyeballs?
Dude, that's exactly what I was thinking, but I didn't know how to say it. So I've seen her do the tactical games or something. Like, yeah, she's awesome. She can run around. She's in shape, and she can like run around and shoot and do all this like athletic gun stuff. When you watch the tactical, I don't want to say that. When you watch some athletic people, not necessarily the tactical games, they're probably more coordinated. But if I'm sure people have seen the meme where the athletic, what is that called? That like really athletic, or that really aerobic athletic stuff. That
CrossFit.
CrossFit. That CrossFit was really popular, and there was like some CrossFit athletes, and they were tasked with like some station made them hammer a nail into a piece of wood before they can move on to the next thing. And it just showed like how uncoordinated and their lack of ability to do like that kind of motor skill, that they can lift weights and all that, but they just don't have any practical life experience with hand-eye coordination to like do something practical like hammer a nail. So I guess, in that respects, like, she's probably shown that she's capable of being a gun owner, but the people that she's being capable with a gun owner on, and okay, call me a gatekeeper, but I'm also somebody who's aware of what's going on. Like the tactical game people, unless they prove otherwise to me, are at the very edge of gun ownership. They're definitely the people that own race guns. Some of them might carry, but I bet you most of them don't even carry. I'm just going to say it. Like some of them probably carry, but until you can prove otherwise, I bet you a lot of those folks lock their guns in a lock box thing that's really expensive, and then they put it somewhere until they use it again, the same way they would with their like hang glider or their their running shoes or something. Like it's just a sports equipment to some folks. So, and I don't want to cast too much, but at the same time, that's who she's hanging out with. She's hanging out with the fringe of gun owners. I've never seen like a large contingency of any sports shooters at any kind of 2A event, and I've been to a lot of them. I don't know about you, but they might be there. There might be people who are there that are sports shooters, but the leagues themselves don't give a shit, or at least they don't do anything when we could. Like, is there anything going on with the IPSC or IDPA about Massachusetts or New Jersey or California? In fact, their answer will be, hell no, we can't make it politicalized. Blah, 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 blah. And I understand, but at the same time, like you just said, like you can't just stand here and profit and stand here and hang out, stand here and whatever. Because here's what I'm about to say. As you were saying it, I hadn't done this flip before. Because I'm pretty much pro Tulsi, so I'm okay with Tulsi. As far as being a Democrat that's changing over, like you say, like to some extent, like you don't have to be this tall, you don't have to have this many guns to be a gun owner. Like you decide you like guns and you're a gun owner. Like I don't even care if you own a gun. If you want to go nuts with them, go nuts for them. If you get sick of them, sell them. Like if you love them, buy even more of them. Like get into it. But anyway, what she could be doing, what her resources do include, is being able to talk to the other side and change the whole thing. You know what I mean? Like she understands either when she was anti-gun, and nobody can say like, I was anti-gun, but I forget what it's like to be anti-gun. Like, no, you know exactly what it's like to be anti-gun. And when you were anti-gun, you were either intentionally or dumbassly using bad statistics. So if you got the ability to go to those places and go, look, these statistics are wrong, and go to that side and say, look, we've all been using bad statistics. That's one way she could do it. Or she could go, hey, here's some education. Here's a revolver. Here's a regular gun. Here's a semi-automatic gun. And here's the slight difference that makes it a full automatic. And here's the characteristics that some people used to call it an assault rifle. And that's why there's so much misunderstanding. They're pointing at this while gun owners are understanding this. And then here's some of the definitions and the laws. And if she was able to do that in a way that got across to the people that voted for her, because she was able to get that message out to vote for her. So if she could get a message out to clarify, I'd be like, hell yeah, Tulsi's the shit. Tulsi's getting it done.
Yep.
But she just wants to go hang out and go shoot an athletic sport. Like, that's the same as like, oh, I'm going to go drive around with race car drivers. And now, like, I'm pro oil or something. Like, I'm pro gasoline. It's just like, it's just a hobby you're into and you want political clout for it. But on the other hand, I don't know what she's running for. I have no idea what she's running for. I think she's probably just maybe looking for some position with Trump. I'm not sure.
What I'm saying is she wants to earn political clout with our side, with conservatives, with pro-gun people, but she's not done anything pro-gun except use the tools. What has she done? She's repeated your words back to you. The pretty girl, let's not act like she's not a pretty woman, beautiful woman, whatever, has repeated your words back to you and you like it and you feel that you're winning now. She didn't actually put in any work. She didn't put herself at risk at all. She'd already walked away from the Democratic Party. So she already racked up that L, as far as some of the people that voted for her because they only vote blue. So regardless of what she says, they're not going to pay attention to her anymore. Flip side, how has she actually helped us? What has she done to reverse the work she put in against us? And so far, it's nothing. She's talked a good game and impressed a whole bunch of people and companies that have donated stuff to her and give her credit that she, as far as I'm concerned, hasn't really earned in the pro-gun sphere.
She hasn't lifted. She hasn't carried nothing. She's just sat over here.
Yeah, she's just showed up and pulled up a seat and they put her in the front row. I'm like, what work has she done? It's great that she's here. What work has she done?
I dig it. The only thing, benefit of the doubt I'll give her, because she's Tulsi, is because I want to give her the benefit of the doubt and be optimistic about it, is that maybe she just doesn't realize. So hopefully, again, if you're a content creator out there and you're listening to this and you're like, what should I do a video about? Oh, maybe I'll call out Tulsi and challenge her to, change the dynamic and educate a bunch of anti-gunners as to why, how they can have better conversations with gun owners so that we're not at odds with each other, is being manipulated by the people who benefit when we're at odds with each other. Anyway,
I did it for Lauren Boebert when she first got into her position for the first year and didn't do anything except make sure she could carry her Glock 26. And everybody was going, whoo, she has the ability to carry a 26 on a hill. And I'm like, yeah, but what has she done for us? She took care of herself. I'm like, she's been there long enough to change that. Where is her Pro 2A bills? What has she written? What
little
has she
tiny
gotten
achievement using guns, but that doesn't necessarily make it big gain for the rights or whatever.
Yeah. And since then, she's done some stuff, but at that point, she hadn't done a damn thing, and everybody was giving her credit, like she wrote, a constitutional carry bill. I'm like, she didn't do anything but made sure she can carry. If anybody recognizes the sound, yes, I just finished cleaning my Glock 19 and oiling it with, what is it? Aegis?
Aegis.
I
only know it because everybody says it so much, but yeah. I know it's spelled like ancient Greek or whatever.
Yeah.
So, well, now we'll get into the gun talk. And first thing in here is...
Quick question. Quick sure. Statement I wanted to make about the list. If she's on the terrorist watch list, the FBI terrorist watch list, I don't know if she is. There are over 1 million people on the FBI terrorist watch list at this moment. And if she's on the no-fly list, which I know is not, but I just want to throw that out there, 80,000 people are on the no-fly list.
She's on whatever she says. It has like a bunch of S's, like something, and then she said that she flew somewhere, and the last 7 times she's flown, she gets the full, everything you can ever do to pat you down and take off all your clothes and like look through all your suitcases, like going through customs essentially every time she flies. So she's like, now I know that I'm being, pointed at or whatever they call it, like singled out.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. Because I was actually looking up that watch list thing for something I'm going to do later on. And I wanted to know, exactly what the number was. So I looked that up yesterday.
When there's so many people on it, it almost seems like a pointless list at that point. It's almost just like, it is. It's pointless because you can't monitor all of them anymore. I guess it gives
It's a list that just it goes, hey, I'm on it. Hey, look, we knew about this person. I mean, we didn't stop them or arrest them or anything, but we knew about them before they did this horrible thing.
They done something, they were probably gonna, or they were potentially gonna. But that's the thing, like that's a whole nother topic of how to. I'm not going to try to backdoor police. There are some channels that we'll talk about here in a second that do have interviews, though, with people who are either actively or who have been, at all different levels of military and law enforcement. And that's super eye-opening to know. A lot of people, I think we have a relationship with individuals online, but we also have some kind of a relationship with entities like, the police, the government, the FBI or the CIA or whatever. Like we have this like perception of these organizations, and often the reality is much different than, the perception that comes from movies and from, just unchallenged movie ideas, really, I guess. And, the reality for people that have been around government, I think it's a little easier to see, but there's just a bunch of random shit that happens, or like a bunch of, I don't want to say coincidental, because there's often somebody prompting stuff, but it's not like there's this well-oiled, massive, complicated machine where everything is like the Borg or something, where everything is working in unison to make, specific things happen. There's just a bunch of stuff happening, and there's a bunch of people doing their job, and a bunch of people, a few people, or maybe a bunch of people exploiting it, screwing with it. And anyway, so I think there's a lot of I don't know, feelings involved with people's perception of these organizations and things. But like you said, when you've got that many people on a list, just because you're on the list, it's annoying to you, but it doesn't mean that they're paying attention to every phone call of yours. Like, we're not at that point where we have that much robot power. Speaking of robot power, Wednesday night, Foss does the mouse parties. That's every Wednesday, so that's worth checking out. If you're this show's normally on midnight Eastern, so if you're up at 11 Eastern, that's when the mouse party starts. Lots of people are doing shift work or just up as night owls, or do shift, like say, have overnight jobs, and they'll listen to the show, or maybe that's their day off or something, so they'll be part of the show. I don't know if you know Rob Stott, but a friend of mine from back in the old days of the AK Club. He's made a lot of pictures. He's had unprecedented access to
infantry weapon postcard.
He's had unprecedented access to all different kinds of firearms in different museums and arsenals and factories and things over the years. And seriously, for decades, he's documented Kalashnikovs of all sorts. And what he's been doing in the last years or so is accumulating his pictures and editing them like this and annotating them like this. There's hardly any writing in the book. It's a lot of just these little paragraphs to let you know, like, these are the two, and this one is, slightly different than that one because of where the rivet is, or, in this case, the length of the tube or whatever. It's just showing you the differences between maybe the years or the models or something. So it's definitely nerdy. It's for people that are building, or it's for people that are making like graphic models or something, and they want like, the perfect dimensions and everything, or like where all the engravings are really at, what the engravings say. So it's just really nerdy stuff about AK stuff. And he started doing this like narration. Before, it used to just be silent.
Or dated 1985, then 1989.
So for me, I don't know if anybody else has any of the AK-47 books that are out there, but AK-47 books tend to be manuals or picture books, or like Vickers' book is a mix where it's like a coffee table book. So there's just shit tons to read. Like there's paragraphs and paragraphs to read. Really good pictures, but often the pictures are trying to be cool. So they're trying to be artsy. So they go across the two pages, which, it's neat if you're glancing at it. But if you're really trying to figure out where you want to put the rivets on your build, and there's the crease of the pages right between your rivets, you don't know what the spacing is supposed to be. So for like a type book, it's not that good. But if for just a general looking at coffee table book, that's why it costs $100 something bucks. But this is like somebody reading it to you. So this is actually a pretty cool video. It's 25 minutes long. If you're a super gun nerd, then you'll like this. You'll appreciate it and this is a little insight into what it was like in the mid 2000s when all of us got together and we would all build off of those Romanian kits that we got from J&J for $50. We get these kits for $50, $59, and then go buy parts kits, furniture essentially from all different places. And we had piles like this. Like guys would come in with dozens of AKs and we'd put them in there together, and we'd be able to put all these different collections together because we all had maybe a German or we all had an Egyptian, but together we had like 6, different years of Egyptians, and now we could see the differences and whatnot. So Rob had this insight from just going to factories and going to museums and stuff and being able to compare them that way. But we would all get together and nerd out about, the rivets and the engravings and how you get access to find out this, and then sharing pictures and stuff. So anyway, this is something that we used to do back in the day, and now you can get like an audiobook version of it. All that being said, if you're one of these people that would be interested in all of this, he's done this for China, for Finland, for every place you can think of, because he's gotten to see all these different guns. These are the German ones. This video is about the German ones, and I'm going to go back. This is what they look like when they have stocks on them. But when you get a German without stocks, or a folding stock, I should say, it's an MPI KMS 72, and it's a 7.62x39, which I like better than any others. It's essentially standard everything size-wise. It's a European standard size, but the handguards are this Bakelite, German Bakelite smooth kind of thing that a lot of people hated. The handle is the same dimensions as a wood one, but it's made out of Bakelite or plastic. But the triangle side folder, or whatever you want to call it, the triangle wire side folder, I guess is the way to call it, had a lever. So in some of them had push buttons. No, wait, did the Germans have? Maybe it was the Yugos. Well, anyway, they had this folding stock that was just wire, and I personally love the wire stocks. They're the best things about AKs is that the stock just melts away. It just disappears into the receiver when you fold it over to the right. And for carrying it, and just if you've ever carried around a gun for a while, having the stock away from you when you carry it it's amazing. Like a lot of guns, the stock folds towards you and it's always jabbing you in the kidney or the butt. So these are the most comfortable AKs to carry, and you get your full AK. It's like a full 26-inch long or whatever AK. It's just that you got this wire stock that disappears, and every other folding stock on an AK, in my opinion, is either lame or fragile, and these are the ones that are like the opposite. So anyway, these have always been my favorite, and for a long time they were super rare. And anyway, it's just neat to see a video about all these different versions. And then you get to somewhere in here, I'm sure he'll have the short version of this thing, which now you can get, but for a long time these short ones were just vaporware. But so you'd have to make one like out of a Draco or something, but essentially a crink version, their special police or whatever version. Anyway, so some of my favorite AKs, and I don't know, they're just one of dozens of varieties. So if they're not your style, watch some of Rob's other videos, and you'll find the Chinese might be more your style. They're much more like meaty and wood and shiny metal. You get your German, your Russians that'll get really crude. Anyway. Went off on a tangent there. Then we get to Edgar out at Guns for Everyone. Had a conversation. Was this on Tuesday? This might have been on Tuesday at the same time as your show. I know there was like 3 shows happening at the same time. I guess watching it won't tell me. But he had a guest on, and they were essentially talking about the pitfalls of using simunitions. But it ended up being a 2-hour conversation. I'm pretty sure it was like right at the same show.
He had Michael on. It's Mike. We met at the first training line.
Oh, okay.
His guest.
He said who he was with, but he had this PDN thing behind him. I'm assuming it has something to do with Rob, but whoever it was, they just said it, and they didn't really have it listed. So And plus, I was watching 3 shows. But I usually try to watch whatever Guns for Everyone's doing, because Edgar's either trying to poke people or, in a good way, hopefully, but definitely in an uncomfortable way often. Or else he's just got good insight. And like I say, I'm not that big on training, but I do like to hear people that aren't sold on some version of training. It's like listening to somebody who only likes listening to rock and roll. They only talk about rock and roll music, or somebody that only talks about classical music. Like you can hang out with them, but you don't want to listen to music with them. So some of these people, when you talk about training, they're real one-trick ponies. And Edgar's usually, I don't know if you call him a one-trick pony or not, but he's definitely going to ruffle some feathers when he's doing some of his chats.
Well, yeah, that's the best thing about Edgar. He will ruffle feathers. Sometimes I think he just does it for his own entertainment. He's friends with Rob for a reason. He's friends with Rob Pincus for a reason. And Rob does that too. And he also makes you think. And there's nothing wrong with that.
No, that's the thing is those guys will do stuff that's annoying to me, but I know that some people, I would say ruffle their feathers, but some people flip the hell out. Like it glitches them. And rightfully so. Like some of the stuff they do is like walking up and poking somebody in the rib. But every once in a while, when somebody's acting like they can never get poked in the rib, you just got to poke them in the rib. So I don't know if that's a great analogy, but yeah, some of the people they offend kind of need to be offended sometimes. I don't want to make it sound like everybody that gets offended deserves it, but at the same time, I get what you're saying. Like we do need someone to occasionally offer a suggestion that people didn't want to hear or weren't ready to hear. For example, the printed guns. There's nobody out there championing printed guns. Why isn't Smith & Wesson or somebody? You telling me Smith & Wesson can't make 3D printers? Smith & Wesson can't, figure out how to do something with 80% if they felt like it? Like, they just don't want to.
Yeah,
they don't have the incentive. I'm not blaming them. It's just that, it's not their role. So somebody's got to do it. And look what happened to Polymer 80. So, we do need more than one person in the fight, because one person can go down. Or be taken down.
Hey, if I'm loud, let me know. I'll put it on mute, because I was cleaning my I was cleaning my pistol. Didn't have the window open, so got a little dizzy. So I'm outside now. I'm outside now. So if the traffic sounds get a little loud, let me know. And if somebody pulls up.
Literally did not even, if you didn't say something, there would have been no difference. Like whatever, the noise cancellation is working great.
Okay.
It's not even like peeking in when you talk or anything. It's gone. Yeah.
Okay. I just wanted to put it out there, and I think you're 100% right. And I appreciate the fact that Edgar's out there, and he and I did a show, and some people agreed, some people didn't agree, but he doesn't back down from controversy. I try to avoid it sometimes if it does more harm than good, but I'm not afraid of it. You know what I mean? It's like, some things, you don't need to fight over, or you can fight another day. And some things you need to hit head on. And I make that choice. Sometimes I might be right. Sometimes I might be wrong, or you think I'm wrong, or whatever, because I'm not perfect. Heck, you've checked me before. Over something, contacted me and was like, "Hey, you might want to take that down," and gave me a reason, and I pulled it down immediately because you were right. That's why you have friends.
Yeah, but seriously, because sometimes we don't know, right? Like I've had that happen.
Yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't be standing here if it wasn't like a couple of times where people were like, "Don't post that." I'm like, "Oh shit, thank you."
Mm-hmm. I'll tell you what it was. It was an attempted mass shooting on the federal building by a dude that looks like he got all of his stuff from Temu, everything involved. And I put a company's name. I had attached the company's name to the meme I made. Meme would have been just as funny if I would have put Discount Warehouse. But I put a company name. And you were like, "Hey, this is funny now. But in 3 months, when everybody forget, this just feels like, they're catching strays for no reason, or they might have had something to do with it." And I was like, you know what? You're right. Never thought about it that way. Pulled it immediately, made another one, reworded it, and threw it back up.
Right on. M. Gabriel saying, did you see the Justice Department statement yesterday about partnering with 3D printer companies? No, I've been knee deep in doing stuff, so I just haven't come up for air to hear regular news. So now I'm curious about that. I'll see if I can find something about it. It didn't come across the channels that I follow either, unfortunately.
I
But
look at
I
it as
also follow
anytime the
channels that
government,
are usually once a week, so it would be next week before they say anything about it.
when the government partners up with anything in our community, I don't trust it. How's that?
Speaking of partnering up with the government, we got the Gun and Gear Review podcast. I usually put you guys in here. Like I say, I don't really spend that much time paying attention to guns. Like Ghost Show, they'll talk about guns, and Chris's show, they'll talk about guns. Like, so I'll be around in shows where they talk about guns. But I'm more like Gizzards' show, like where guns come up once in a while. But we're just talking about chatting and whatever. So anyway, I'm more of like a just conversational viewer of online stuff anymore. I shouldn't say anymore at the moment, because I go through phases and stuff. But anyway, so I appreciate your guys' show, because you guys don't essentially just say everything is great. Like, I'm so sick of hearing everything is fucking great. Like, hey, look what I got. It's awesome. Look what I got. It's great. And not that you're either. Yeah, and then there's the other ones that are like, everything sucks, everything sucks, everything sucks. And then I don't even listen to that stuff.
I'm the same way. Look, I listen to some of these programs because I'm a gun guy. I like the gun thing. That's my thing. And the most annoying thing is when people try to claim, oh, I have no dog in the fight. And then they're obviously biased, or they're obviously shilling. And it really pisses me off, because I've come to understand that people listen to us and assign some kind of expertise upon us. And like, hey, man, he's this guy, so you should, give him more credit than some of these people are worth, really. And I try to be that dude that at least goes, hey, this is what I think of this. Even though this is a new product, this product and this product and this product already exist in this price point and have a reputation already. And that's out there. Hey, listen, I hope the new product works great too. But I wouldn't put my money on a new product. I wouldn't bet my life on a new product. But if you want to be that cool dude at the range, you got the new toy, pick it up. Heck, let us know how it goes. Shoot us a freaking email. You know what I mean? How come dudes don't say that? How come gun tubers don't say that? A lot of them are just hoping they get something from these companies. And I'm like, bro, I'm not going to sell myself out for a $400 product. That's ridiculous. I'd rather have people trust at least my word. And I've changed my mind about some stuff. And I think that's how we are as a whole. We said something this week. I can't even think of what it is. But I actually did a deep dive and found other things that cost less money than this expensive thing. So thank you.
Well, thank you. Like I said, it's nice to have something that's more mid. Oh shit, is that a way? That's not a good thing. More middle of the road.
Yeah. It's like, cool, bro. I mean, no, it's like, I'm just trying to tell the truth, and I've changed my mind on some products and some things over time. For me, actually being able to use them, that's one great thing about a diversity shoot. A lot of my guys are gun guys too, and they will buy this range thing and bring it to the range. And now I get to shoot the gun that we talked about last week, or that we'll talk about next week. And I get to put rounds through it, and I get to see how new shooters react to it. And the veteran shooters that are smart enough to actually show up at our events, they get to shoot it too, and I get their input on it. One of the ones was a like $5,000 Alien Largo that one of my volunteers bought. And it's a handgun that's built different. It's gas operated. And again, it was $5,000.
I have a bunch of merch from that company. The first year they were in, maybe the second year, I forget, whatever year though. I think it was the second year. Might have been the first year. But anyway, I went over there and I was one of the people that was interested in it. I just happened to be paying attention to guns that shot, which is not usual. So it was just a rare thing. I thought it was an interesting gun. I went to look at it. It might have been my friend Joe that bugged me about it, honestly. But I went over there and I looked at it. And because I was paying attention to it, I don't think it was because of the size of my YouTube channel, because there's no way the guy knows my YouTube channel, right? But he just gave me a bunch of cool merch or whatever is what I'm getting at. And then I went back the second time, whatever, and I think he remembered me and gave me a bunch of cool stuff. So anyway, I just happened to have a bunch of cool merch from that company, which is neat because, like I say, the guns cost $5,000.
Yeah. So I actually, my guy, Yeah, they cost $5,000. They only made 500 of them the first year, and my guy had one of them. So I got to put my hands on something, and also because of my volunteer, because it's not on me. My volunteer brought something that a whole bunch of new shooters actually got to shoot, and then so happened to be we had the Sandy, who ran the Lehigh Valley chapter of Girl in a Gun. She was there, and she's a competition shooter, and she was able to shoot it, and she brought her partner in their training business, and she shot it. And I had two actual competition shooters there shooting this new gun. I got one's opinion that said it was great, and the other's opinion went, I like my stuff better. I like my Walther better. And I also got new shooters' impression of this gun. So when we spoke about it, I at least had that output on this gun. And now more and more people are shooting it because they come out with different versions. But I mean, I had some experience on it, and I got to talk about it on our show. And we have guys from different aspects of shooting on our show, and that gives us that, what do you call it? Because people are like, well, how can you talk about guns that aren't out yet? And I'm like, because I have experience with a lot of different firearms over a long period of time. And all we're doing is discussing it. We're not judging some of it, but some of it we do call bullcrap on. You know what I mean? I mean, you've heard it. You've heard us call this is not something I want. It's not something that makes sense. But hey, good luck with them.
And then there's room for, well, I'm going to keep going on tangents. We're in 3 hours. I first ordered my first AK bayonet, the Romanian from PSA. So I'm not sure. I've been paying attention. Does PSA actually make the bayonet, or are they importing bayonets and putting them on the rifles?
I hope they're importing bayonets and putting them on rifles. I mean,
because I know somebody, I think they made the Chinese, I think it was PSA. Whatever year it was, I went and looked at this rifle. I think it was PSA made. It was completely made in the U.S. And I was like, what about this bayonet? And they're like, oh, yeah, we make that too. It's not like it's impossible to machine a bayonet. This was the Spike, Chinese Spike bayonet. And I'm already past it. Like, I don't have the itch anymore. Like, I own a lot of spikes. I should go grab the picture of spikes. I have a shit ton of spikes. I don't have the most spikes of anybody, but I have more spikes than everybody. I really like the spikes. But anyway, I also like Romanians. So this is a picture of, at some point, my Romanians. I don't know if I'm probably have more than this now, because I don't think I've sold any. But the neat thing about Romanians is they're very similar on the front side. Like, they're not that different from each other as far as the bayonet goes. They look very much like a Russian, but they're very similar in the bayonet. But in their scabbards, look at the fucking gambit. Like, they go all over the place. Some of them are different materials, definitely different colors, different treatments. But then there's different styles too. And just some of it is as subtle as, like, they were running the rivets low over here. Sometimes that's like because they didn't care, and, like, Omar was doing it different, Igor or something. But sometimes it's because, like, the belt was different. Like, this was for a special ceremonial belt. So this is the kind of stuff that we would sit around and geek out about, is like, we found out by so-and-so because of such and such that the reason they switched to this green to that brown was this reason. So that's brings me back to my Romanian.
I blame you for this, by the way. You're a jerk off, because I didn't give two damns about bayonets until your ass started talking about them way back in the day. And I was able to, I picked up a one for my M1917 Enfield because I wanted one, because, it's important to have a bayonet because it's kind of cool. And Gun Websites has a bunch of them. So all of a sudden I paid $100 for a knockoff.
Ouch.
Of an M1917. That's all that was made. I mean, how am I going to get another one? And I was able to find it.
I mean, I have a shit ton of AK bayonets, but AK bayonets are like a sliver of all bayonets, because pretty much every gun has at least a bayonet, and most guns have like 10 bayonets. So once you start collecting, that's why the only thing I strayed from AK was SKS and the VZ58, but I never touched anything besides an AK, because I don't have unlimited money. So one of the reasons I'm broke is my poor decisions buying a shit ton of AK when I should have been investing that money in, like, some kind of stocks or CDs or something, right?
Yeah, Bitcoin. So what I did was I purchased a M7. Is that it? The early M16 bayonets from Vietnam War?
Yeah, M7.
Yeah, it was an M7. So I picked up an M7, and Well, I live in Jersey where I can't have a bayonet on a semi-automatic rifle. But I purchased a shotgun from the Ohio State National Guard, and it was a Remington Wingmaster that was set up with a bayonet, and that's what the bayonet it took. So I was able to actually have a bayonet on that shotgun, and that was Jersey legal. And of course, it fit in the time frame of the firearm. And I was like, I'm stopping right here. They ain't gonna get me buying these dang M16 bayonets. I got one. I'm cool, and I'm gonna leave it dull, even though I want to sharpen it, because Marine Corps. And why have a bayonet if it ain't sharp? If it's a real bayonet, like the one for the M1917, I know is not hardened, and it's a wall hanger. You know what I mean? There's no way that's actually gonna be real. I want a real one, but I'm not willing to pay. I mean, I don't even know what they are now, because at that time they were like $250 for a bayonet for either M1903 Springfield or M1917 Enfield.
250.
That was back when I got the darn thing.
Yeah.
In the 90s.
Yeah. See, that's the other thing is AK bayonets. They're hard to find. They're fun to find because they were all over the place because they would get just kind of sprinkled in. People didn't know what they were. Especially DJ said why I like the spikes. The spikes, people didn't know what they were. So you'd find them in like a jar at the gun show, like everything in this jar is $1. And then you'd find like a super rare, like, bayonet in there. But anyway, there was so many of them, the Cold War era stuff, and then the proliferation of them. There's a shit ton of them. The stuff you're talking about, yeah, there was a lot of it, but we gave it to other countries, so we're never going to see it again. Or if we do, it's some crazy rare import. And people that are collecting want that one because it's Lend-Lease or something, and it's even more rare. But the ones that are here are few and far between. And every time somebody's storage bin of shit gets thrown away, more of those kind of bayonets just get lost. So I think there's fewer to begin with, and then losing them instead of just keeping them all.
So my great grandfather was in the only black combat unit in World War I. So when he came back, he bought some stuff back, and a couple of things he bought back was bayonets. And that was one of the cool things that I played with as a kid. I'd pick it up, and of course, imagination, runs wild with a 5-year-old, and the dang thing is 3 feet long. And I can't tell you who made it or what it was, because I had some cousins move in and it disappeared. And the next time I saw it, they ground it down and were using it to garden.
Ouch. That happened a lot too. Yeah, that happened a lot.
Yep. Because you got this big knife here and they have nothing invested in it, and they don't know.
You're not going to cut meat with it. It's really not made for that kind of stuff and like a typical knife stuff. So yeah, it gets lent to being a tool.
Yep. And that's one of the things, because they took it with no one's permission, by the way. They just took it and started using it. And then there's one of those things, it's like, I don't like those people. It's like they just took a family heirloom that you can't replace, and they didn't know what it was, and it was just a thing to them. And I'm like, yeah, one of the only black combat veterans from World War I brought that across Europe back to America, and through 100 years for your silly ass to use it to chop hedges. Thanks.
But on the other hand, how cool is it that thing that was designed to kill is chopping hedges? So I can't get too mad, but I can get mad when it's yours for sure.
Yeah.
I see one get yours that way, okay, but it's yours, no way. And I've that's not the only story I've heard like that. That's unfortunate, and that's why those are rare, because stuff like that happens and people just don't understand or appreciate.
Yeah, and I mean, and you're right. You're right. It is. My whole thing is they didn't appreciate it for what it was. They didn't appreciate anything. So I'm assuming that this is stuck in a tree somewhere, and it's been outside for the last 30 years, and they're rusted all the way through. That's my issue with it.
A rusty spike sticking out of someplace.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so moving on to, do you watch Spirit Systems at all?
Spirit Systems, no.
They seem like Navy to me, but I don't know what they are. They're always at SHOT Show. They've got some goofy patches. They make nylon gear and equipment. Like I say, they're probably Navy because they've never been on my radar, but they're like a Cry or like some of the other companies that essentially cater to units or specific tasks. they'll make like a bag or something for some demolition or for some canine unit, or somebody that asks them to make something, and then they'll make it for them, and then they'll usually adapt it into something if it's compatible with the market. They'll adopt it into like a messenger bag or into whatever. So they've got a lot of like real gear, from what I understand, and then they've got their civilian line or whatever. So I paid attention to them because of their patches at first, but it's just not my thing. I'm not all kitted up or nothing all the time, and I'm certainly not like I'm not chasing any gear like that. But what I like about their channel is they'll do stuff like this, where it's essentially, I guess I was going to say, it's like a basic how-to guide or a basic familiarization type of thing, and in this case, signaling. And it's like the non-sexy, but I'm not going to say critical, but I could almost say critical. I mean, you could say critical elements to your kit, and it's something that's almost given to people, so you don't even think about it. Some people, but then people that don't think about it don't even think about it, and it's not even on their radar. So and I don't know what they got in skin in the game here. Maybe they sell some of this stuff, but essentially it's not like you can tell, like it's just keep showing this guy. It's not like a great video where they would, they're showing just the stuff or whatever. They did some effort here, but anyway, it's just a video for about 23 minutes where they go on and on about the different options for signals. And again, if you never dealt with other people with you or around you, or trying to keep track of people for all different kinds of reasons at night or sometimes during the day, and you don't bring stuff. Like, one of the reasons I carry a flashlight is, I don't know how many times you've done this, but you're at an event and you're trying to get somebody's attention who's with you. Like, we're going to the car and they're fucking walking the other way. You take your fucking really bright flashlight out and you start flashing it. Everybody over there is like, who the fuck is flashing a flashlight? Your friend looks and goes, oh shit, they're all walking to the car. And all you had to do is shine your flashlight like a bunch of times. You minorly inconvenience some people and nobody else gave a shit, but your person was like, oh fuck, let's go. So there's things like that. Or again, in a parking lot, and you're like at night and everybody's like separated, and it's like, where's the car? And you can be over there with a light or two, zap on the, something identifying feature of the car, and everybody comes, hones right in. And it's just little simple things like that just if you've been out doing stuff as a group and figured out that, hey, it would be easier if we're all wearing the same flashing strobe. Now, some people go to classes, especially nighttime classes, obviously, but just sometimes, anyway, I guess it's always nighttime classes. Maybe I was going to say sometimes indoors, but I guess regular people don't go to indoor classes too often. But essentially, in a class, sometimes they'll have you break a light stick and wear it on your back, so that everybody knows where you are as a student, right? As an instructor, they know where the students are at or whatever. So anyway, that kind of stuff, unless you've had some experience with that kind of thing. I'm trying to think, like, I just don't do enough sports and stuff. I'm assuming, like, besides parachuting and, obviously parachuters, that's where light sticks came from. They needed something to be able to see each other in 3 dimensions when they're parachuting together at night. But, I don't know what other sports probably use this stuff. Maybe some of the surfing and shit might use this stuff. But DJ, there's like all kinds of little. Again, all you got to do is, like, when you're hanging out with your friends at a concert, and you say, if I do 3 taps of my flashlight, that means let's get back to the car quick. And if I do 2 taps, it means like they're giving away T-shirts. Like, you can definitely have a quick code amongst friends.
So I use it, and it's funny because people are like, why do you have a flashlight, or why do you carry 2 flashlights? Because I carry 2 flashlights. Not only do I work in machinery, I work in a place in crevices. When you're working on a motor, you need light to be able to see around it, see around the back of it, see something behind it. But we also use it for signaling. Green light is when I hold the light above my head and I flash you. Red light is when I hold it below my waist and I flash. And we've established that as green light, red light when someone's hitting an open and close switch on a cell door. But we're separated by 30 cells. Well, I'm not going to try to shout over 175 inmates. So when
tell them all, let them yell at them like, hey, the doors are opening.
Yeah. So all I do is when I open it, and my guy and the thing opens and hits the switch, I signal, boom, green light, doors close. Boom, open it. I got a red light, click, doors open. I can see it from up here. And my guys know who's working on the cell that the switches are working. All right, cool. We're done with this one. You know what I mean? So people like, why do you carry a flashlight? You can do a lot with a flashlight more than just seeing in the dark. When you're trying to get your friend's attention, like you said, and it's daylight, if your flashlight is bright enough, they'll still catch the flashing thing out of the corner of their eye, and then they'll look over. You didn't have to interrupt. You didn't have to, yell, "Hey, you!" It's like click, 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 click.
Yeah,
All
and
right,
you never
let's get
have
out
to
of
say
here.
your friend's name. You don't have to be like, "Hey, Steve, let's go to the
Mhm.
car." Like, you don't have to say any of that. You just have to get their attention, give them the nod that you need to give them, and you're gone.
And you're gone. It's just funny because people ask, like, what do you use a flashlight for? I could use my cell phone to see under the couch. That's not the only thing I use the light for.
Okay, so
Ooh.
yeah, try to charge a glow in the dark thing without a flashlight, but a lot of people aren't charging glow in the dark things, I guess. Foss, the host of the Mouse Party and host of the Overnight. There will be an overnight later on tonight, by the way. People that are up in the middle of the night can hang out, be part of a open discussion. Usually with a topic on Saturdays. On Wednesdays, there's no topic. But anyway, he had a video here about this hatchet. I think, oh, you know what it was? A couple of weeks back, I had listened to an interview with, I've been watching Ironclad. I don't know if we've talked about it on the Saturday show or not. But I've added a new podcast to my list, Ironclad, and it's it's like 4 or 5 different segments, and I watch like 3 of them. One of them's about the border, and I forget which guy hosted. It's some Navy guy, and then some Border Patrol guy, and some other people. I watch the Navy guy and the Border Patrol guy. And anyway, they have some pretty interesting 1-hour shows. Their shows are almost always like 40 minutes to an hour, so they're kind of short compared to some of the marathon shows that we do and I've listened to. But this was a conversation with the guy who was a survival instructor from back in the day. And the guy was a SEAL. Oh, it was Ed Calderon. What am I saying? It was Ed Calderon did an interview with the guy who does his knives, who does Ed's knives. Ed's manifesto, and then they were talking about hatchets and stuff. So we were talking about hatchets, and then Foss has this hatchet, so he did a video of it, and I actually like it. I never thought of I noticed that hatchets at some point went to being flat metal. For like a long time, hatchets were forged, right? And I always liked the full metal hatchet. We always had those, and we didn't always have them. Those are available to us in Scouts, and then I think it's East Wing or whatever has the all metal hatchets, and I really like the all metal hatchet without like a not a wood handle but a metal handle with a metal head, and it's just all one piece, and then just having rubber or something around the handle. That's been my preference forever because they're the thinnest to make them like a tomahawk, and I like a tomahawk style versus a wedge. So just been my preference throughout my life. So when these things went to flat metal, I just assumed it was let's make them cheaper. Let's just punch them out of steel and nobody will care. And then they screw this hammerhead on it so that it has some dimensionality for the hammerhead. But essentially it's a flat piece of metal, right? And I always thought it was just, like I say, a cross-saving measure, like a way to stamp out axes way cheaper, hatchets way cheaper. But listening to that interview, the guy who developed at least his version of one of these, I'm not going to say he's the first one, but he's the first one that we started to see. Whenever you see Navy SEALs with their hatchets, they're showing this guy's hatchet. His name is, oh crap, no, I can't think of his name. But I'll think of him and I'll try to think of it. You probably heard of him, Tracker Dan. I don't know if you've heard of him making knives, but he made this style of hatchet that was flat. Anyway, long story short, way too long of a story at this point. The reason he did it that way is because when they were chopping people in real life, when the SEALs were using these to chop people, he said the ones that were thicker were too hard to get out of you. When you chop somebody, you wrestle it out of somebody. It's like when we make them thin like this, they do the job. You get gray matter, but then you're done. You just keep moving. So that's why they called it the gray matter or something. And I'm like, oh, that's both gruesome, but it makes me want that one of these hatchets now. So anyway,
Well, okay.
we were talking about
that. Yeah, because actually, I told you about it before. Hatchets, tomahawks. I mean, that was a thing, obviously, in American history, because the line between hatchet and tomahawk was kind of between a tactical hatchet and a tactical tomahawk, almost the same damn thing. Um, I actually took a fighting class on how to fight with a tomahawk. It was a knife fight and a tomahawk fighting class, and they were actually teaching us how to fight with it using the cold steel. Uh, they had the cold steel tomahawk there, and also they had the dummy tomahawk there, and I was learning to use that. And bro, that's an intimidating tool when used by people because the guys who were martial artists that were usually using the Chinese, you know, because Chinese use that too in some of their old school karate, not karate, but old
Yeah,
school martial arts.
weapons. Yeah.
Yeah, so all of a sudden he just worked on it, presentation and how to present using that in modern day, from everything from stripping something out of your hand, hooking it beneath it, and just yanking it, or using it for what it's intended to, and also using it to breach doors and do things like that. But I still remember dudes being using those in Vietnam. They had those in Vietnam, and then the 76 Ranger, 75th Rangers. Actually, some of those dudes had it, and I still remember that being one of those pictures. Remember when they used to make those commemorative pictures or drawings, ink in
Oh yeah,
the
yeah. The black and white.
yeah. So that was one of them, and it was a Native American Ranger, and he had the tomahawk. He had the Ranger gear from the late '80s, and actually from Vietnam era because it was still OD green, and it was just pretty freaking cool. So I've been into it, since then. So when someone shows something like this, it's pretty cool. And this is the O knife one, and I think that's if it's the same company that does O light.
Oh
I
really?
think so. Yeah, because we just talked about O knife on our show maybe 4 or 5 episodes ago. I don't remember because we do them weekly and we do like 4 or 5 things. So I kind of forget which episode it was. But yeah, we talked about the O Knife Company and their products. So cool. Awesome. I think it's a cool thing. I carried one. I carried a machete. I didn't carry a hatchet in my vehicle at all times in my go bag or get home bag because I don't have a go bag. I'm trying to get home. So that's what I carry and actually had to use it just as a regular thing in my vehicle with my wife on her grandmother's gravesite. That we cleared it off with the tools that I carry in my go home bag, get home bag. Used it
Yeah, that's
because
the
it was
best thing
there
to
in
do
the
is to
car
use
belt.
them. Yeah, use them once in a while so they get, you get comfortable fucking with them and screwing with them, and they get comfortable being used. Otherwise, things dry rot and get rusty, and you don't
Hmm.
notice it because you're not paying attention to it.
You're not opening it. You haven't cracked it open in a while. So I got, the e-tool. I have that, what you call it? I picked up one from, because I wanted one, the Soviet Spetsnaz tool, remember? You know that because you probably have a few of them.
No, I just have one, but yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So instead of that, yeah, I stopped at Lowe's, Home Depot, one of those, and just picked up a short wooden handle shovel that serves the same exact purpose. And I didn't pay a whole bunch of money and I got it. So
Okay,
I,
so
I
then
have one.
Gabriel is saying that he's thinking of Last of the Mohicans. I was just going to say that, yeah, the reason these guys started carrying hatchets was in homage to the Indian Wars. And then you're back. In homage to the Indian Wars. And then they figured out, oh, yeah, these things are super useful. So they were using them a lot. But then Woods was
Yep.
saying that's that shovel. And I was going to say, they're not the equivalent, but they're certainly like you can definitely. I would take either one, like one or the other, fine. Like I don't think I'd carry both, but that's kind of like what you're talking about. The having what's available and using it.
Well, almost every war we rediscover hand tools. I mean, in World War II in the Pacific, they used something called a smatchet, and you can still buy those today from the Marvel Company. Is it Marvel or Marvel Knife Company? They have that available. It's called a smatchet, and we used it in the Pacific during World War II.
Wait, are you talking about the thing with kind of the big hook on it?
It's not
Like
a
a
really big hook. It's got a big end on it. It's a knife slash hatchet. like a combination between a machete and a hatchet.
Yeah. And it's got
It's
like a bit of a
it's
hook though, and that was like for pulling out the roots or something, or like something. It's like
maybe I haven't looked at them in a long.
I have, I
Again,
have like two of
gun geek,
those.
knife geek.
Yeah, exactly. Like
What
I
was
was
that?
saying, like, I found two of them. One I got for like $5 or something, and it doesn't have a handle because it had a K-bar style handle originally, and that was all rotted out. So I sort of have like the piece of metal with the two ends, and I just haven't put it back together. And it's in rough shape. It's from back in the day. But I got that one cheap because some guy just didn't want it at a gun show. And then I found another one. I can't remember what I paid for it, but I wouldn't buy it if it wasn't cheap. But I do have, but it was also the handle was redone and it was a commercial one, so it's only like half cool. But I do know what you're talking about. They are pretty neat. But the problem
I'm
is
talking about.
they're cool,
Go
but
ahead.
the sheaths are the problem because the thing is so big. The sheaths are like carrying a giant sheet of leather on your leg or whatever.
I'm calling it the wrong name because a smatch it is one thing used by the OSS is like a big bolo. But yeah, the thing with the hook on it is what I'm talking about, and I can't think of the name of it.
It was
I
called
just
like
looked
the
it
old
up.
grandfather or the old man, or so it had some like name because it was really a tool for like the garden, and they modified it a bit, made it heavier or like something. And then it was for like the Philippines or something when we were trying to get through dense ass jungle, right? Or you guys were trying to get through dense jungle.
It is crazy. It is crazy, and we've strayed far. But it is crazy when you look at the old films of those dudes fought in like elephant grass and bamboo fields. I'm like, you can't see 3 feet in this stuff. So you're walking, swinging this thing all day, chopping a path that you can stumble through, looking for somebody that's trying to kill you.
Doing the same thing, trying to find you. Yeah, it's like a video game.
Yeah.
So deadly. Okay, so Gizzard has his show normally right before mine. I'm not saying Gizzard is the reason I fell asleep last night. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying it was the show I was listening to when I fell asleep last night. But he does a show for a couple hours before my show. And then I don't know if you listen to S2, Weather Underground. They're essentially like just a quick, usually it's like 20 minutes or less once a week, and then little 5-minute things during the week, paying attention to international news, like all news, including international. And I mean, there's definitely like a conservative aura to it, but he doesn't offer any commentary hardly at all, except maybe like some insight as to like maybe you should be aware of like why. So essentially it'll be like, here's what's going on in the northeast section of the country. There's a plastic fire at this business, or like here's what's going on in the south, like 3 different cotton processors like all caught fire within a month. So it's that kind of stuff. It's like he's not trying to put things together. He's just saying like, here's a bunch of intel that's happening that the news isn't telling you about, but just have it on your radar. Like, and when like that balloon came across, that Chinese balloon, like he was not really a conspiracy theorist, but he was offering like, here's what you could do with that balloon. Like, here's what's, we know we're capable of doing with a balloon that traveled like that. Like, what would the Chinese be doing with it? Like, why would they be doing it? Here's why we might do it. So it's that kind of thing. So it's an interesting show. But he often is, he's definitely more sky is falling than he is not. I mean, he's paying, whenever you pay attention to everything that's going on, you can't, your job is to draw lines and create connections. So, you know what I mean? Like you're going to jump to, is it called jump to conclusions? Like you're going to make assumptions, or you're going to have some, some reason to be concerned about things because that's your job, is to watch all this stuff. He's obviously some kind of intel guy or some kind of communications guy in a prior life or something.
Well, this is the second channel I followed from this particular show. I just subscribed to Ironclad and S2.
Oh, Ironclad, I think you're going to dig. I hate the editing. I'll tell you right now. I bitch about it every time because I'm hoping they'll listen to this and edit different. It's not that it's bad. Like, they're definitely better production than anything I do. It's just that they cut and shit so fast, and they make their show 40 minutes. Like, let the people talk. Don't cut anything, and make it an hour and a half. Like, I don't care. We want to hear the whole conversation. But anyway, okay, then this is the last time I'm going to mention Guns and Gadgets guy, probably because I unsubbed him. I'm usually not a dick and mention this kind of shit, but he made a video called New Gun Rights Group Pops Up, worth paying attention to. And I know that a lot of people think Jared is awesome. I don't have a problem with the dude, And I know a lot of people hate him, and I don't have a problem with the dude. Like, he's doing his thing. And some people say he's just trying to sell coffee. I'm like, well, unless you're independently wealthy, what the hell? You got to make money doing something. And I think coffee, that one is coffee. Like, who has a problem with coffee? You don't have to drink it if you don't want to. It's not really addictive, like nicotine or something, right? That's gonna force you to buy it. But compared to other things, it's better than a T-shirt, in my opinion. Like, you're drinking coffee, like you're enjoying it. You can gift it. It's a thing, commodity, and it makes sense to do it because people are going to keep buying it. Whereas like T-shirts and fast fashion and hats, I'd make T-shirts or whatever. But if I was making a living off of T-shirts, I would come up with a different living, because my goal isn't just to make T-shirts that people want to wear for like 2 weeks. Anyhow, I thought this was an interesting title, New Gun Rights Group. So I watched it, and I don't watch Jared's stuff very often, but it's about Chris Cox's new group. I don't know if you knew that Chris Cox has a group coming up. Like, that's actually a whole nother conversation, honestly, because, where the hell does Chris Cox coming up with a new group? Where I know I can list you reasons we need a new group, but his new group, like, what's it going to do? What's it going to bring to the table, right? But anyway, I'm not going to open it up here. But whenever I went to look for the link to the new group's website, like, it wasn't in Jared's description, which is frustrating, because like some people are, they make the description of the video like their whole project, like us. Some people use the boilerplate, and some people don't do anything in there. And it's totally up to you. I don't really care. But it is annoying when you have a conversation about something and then don't link it in the description, because now you got to go find it yourself. So anyway, I went over to look for the link, and I didn't find it. But what I did find is he's getting paid by, I'm assuming he's getting paid by the people in Colorado that I think are the biggest money suck on our fucking community. And to me, that's a fucking draw the line. Like, I don't need to sub to this dude. He doesn't care that I'm not going to sub to him. But I feel it's worth making a point that the reason I'm not subbing to him is because I won't deal with people that get paid by a group that fucking siphons tens of millions of dollars out of our fucking community. I mean, I'll talk to USCCA anytime you want, because they're making $24 million a month, and I want to know what they're offering in return to that, to the community that they live off of. But they're doing something. Like, I will definitely acknowledge that USCCA is doing stuff. Like, they're definitely doing something with that 24 million. Like I say, I'll suggest they could be doing different things or more. But there's this place in Colorado that evidently this guy is working with. And there was years ago that all the channels, that's one of the reasons I quit giving a shit about YouTube channels, honestly, is because when they all started getting paid by this company and I was starting to pay attention, I was like, fuck this. This is distracting. We need people to all be together. And that means you don't have to stand next to each other or fucking all have the same strategy. But if we're all going in the same direction, like, let's make movement. But if you've got somebody who just stands up and doesn't walk with everybody else who's walking, you don't have to walk in our footsteps. You don't have to take the same path. But if you're not fucking walking and you're just taking money from people as if you're going to walk, and you just stand there and fucking sit down, actually, you're just taking money off the table that and there's a lot of people that don't pay this much attention, and they go, I paid my $30. I'm doing something. And anyway, so fuck that organization. And I'm not going to follow anybody, because I don't even pay attention to his channel. I just usually use him as one of my channels to see, if some news is popping up on the radar, I'll go watch it somewhere else. But usually he's like the canary in the coal mine. Like, he'll talk about something that's happening, but it's often something I don't care about also. Like, there's a lot to filter out. So I mean, he's a cool dude and he's on our side for sure, but I'm not going to support anybody that gets paid by that organization. And again, fuck them. They make more money than Second Amendment Foundation and gun rights policy. What is it? The Citizens Committee Keep Bear Arms Together. They make way more money than GOA, shit tons more money than GOA, like double the money of GOA. And Colorado is suffering, and they are based in Colorado, and they I'm assuming they scare everybody away. And that's why nobody helps Colorado, is because one of the largest entities in the fucking community is in there, and they're not doing shit. So what is Second Amendment Foundation supposed to come throw a bunch of their resources into the state that's making the most money? Anyway, I'm not going to get too worried here, but I figure it's worth letting people know there's a reason why I'm making that deliberate decision. And I don't have a problem with Jared. I just don't like people that work for that company because it's a company.
Totally get it, man.
Anything. Okay. So anyway,
Yeah.
then. Okay, you don't have to comment if you don't want. I know you're.
No, my whole thing is, if you have a problem with someone, you said what you did. You put your point out there. You didn't trash the guy. You said you don't like a company, and that's what adults do. That's it. You didn't make it a personal attack, and you gave your reason. I'm cool with that, and let people know. Yeah, I met Jared at Train and Learn, and hung out with him there. I also hung out with him at Great American, not Great American Outdoor Show, Gun Owners of America, and had dinner together. And hopefully he'll be sending us some blackout coffee, and I'll be able to use that as raffle items to raise money for the work we do. So cool, man. You got an opinion and you stated it without making it personal. And there's nothing wrong with that because you're a grown ass man and so is he. And if he ever wants to have a conversation with you, you'll have one with him. And there's no animosity. There's a disagreement.
Yeah, for sure. And he may or may not even paying attention to whatever what I'm paying attention to. All right, so moving on, we got the radio shows I like to mention each month or each week because we don't get very many of them. Now, we used to have Amanda posting her show, but with Rob having to kind of kneel, I don't think he's gone forever. He's come back a couple of times since his retirement or his whatever you want to call it, his pause. But essentially, they don't bother to broadcast their Sunday show, Eye on the Target. I think they still do it, but they don't broadcast it. And I'm not aware. I don't really follow the big two, Gun Talk and I forget what the other one's called. So I really watch I pay attention to the radio shows that I feel are really the most focused on 2A, and that would be Toby with Rapid Fire in Massachusetts, and then I got the hiccups, and then San Diego Gun Owners, which is Gun Owners Radio. They do their show on Sundays for a couple of hours. Almost always have technical difficulties. There must be some kind of connection connection issue or something in the studio, but they're broadcasting live, which is the big thing. Like it's a real radio show, and there's people that listen to it and all that. And then they also stream it. In addition, they pay attention to the stream now, and that's evolved, and that's awesome. Like it's been cool to watch the show, but it's even better when the show adapts to and incorporates the internet into their show. It's just fucking cool. Like Eye on the Target, they eventually did that. It didn't take them very long. Like Amanda, she's not super nimble. Like she's kind of rigid. She's got like a procedure to do stuff, but like she was even rocking, adapting to the comments that were coming up and like appreciative of people's interaction. Like not everybody likes live shows. Some people don't mind doing stuff live, but they don't, they're not there like a stand-up comic having a conversation with the audience. Other people, they're just like a radio show jockey, having nothing but a conversation with the audience. So anyhow, Toby's kind of in the middle there. I think he's worth listening to. I started listening to him before Massachusetts really became under attack, but because he was so comfortable doing his show and hosting and kind of flopping back and forth between radio and podcasting, he's on two radio shows every week, and he takes over comfortably other radio shows that are more politically than gun related. And it's just a pleasure watching him as Massachusetts is under attack. Like Toby's super capable and he's willing, and he's been able to, mobilize or inform or whatever you want to call the words that like enable the activists, the people that are concerned in Massachusetts to be more effective. So I don't know how many people are paying attention to this, but I mean, I just happen to be watching Toby and watching all this happen is like, it's like you just happen to look up and then the shooting star happens. Like, I was just in the right place at the right time. I'd been watching their channel and then watching it blossom now is really neat. And when I say that, I mean, not that it's getting popular or it's getting a lot of views, but watching that it's become the gathering place for people in Massachusetts to show up and ask questions and get their answers addressed. And to, like we talked about before, facilitate how to do the petition signing and stuff. Like, it's just awesome. Like, without YouTube, without the community on YouTube, like giving Toby encouragement and a reason to do his show, he would not be in a place where he's comfortable to be able to do this, right? And that means Massachusetts would be suffering a different level of abuse because they wouldn't have Toby's influence or his added, piece where he's given people this messaging and a way to communicate, a way for the organizations to get the word out. And he's not the only one, but I think he is the largest one in Massachusetts doing it. So anyway,
yep, that's cool. Do you have GunFreedomRadio on there or no?
Oh, you know what? No, because what happens is Anthony will post an alert on YouTube, I think, but it's either a short or it's like a community post. But then he does his show on a podcast, and that's what happened with you guys for the longest time. You guys were just doing a podcast, and I just don't go to the podcast thing. So it's not like I don't want to. It's just that I only watch the ones that are on YouTube because it's easy for me. I'm already on YouTube. So until you guys started going live on Tuesdays, I never got to see you guys live or listen to your show hardly because I don't. Like I said, the only thing I do is I go to this Podbean and I give Podbean my audio files, and it puts it on all these different places. And that ever since I've been doing this, I never go to these places anymore. But I used to have to every once in a while, go to one of these places. And because I had to go fiddle with all this, every once in a while I did listen to a podcast, but I don't even do that anymore. Now I just, like I said, I just watch everything on YouTube. But no, I could put it in there. This isn't supposed to be an inclusive list. There are other radio shows, but I wouldn't mind. I could add it for sure. Cause that's valuable. New Jersey definitely needs same thing that Massachusetts obviously is accomplishing. And Anthony's been doing that now. I mean, much longer than Toby. He's got
600 and something episodes, I think.
Yeah.
If not more.
But it's just like I said, I just haven't listened to it actually, he was doing it on YouTube for a while, and I did watch it, especially when he was doing it live. But for whatever reason, it was a hassle, or it might have been before StreamYard, and it was costing him money or something, or maybe just doing all the range stuff. I forget when it was. I've met him a couple of times, and I'm trying to remember. Him and Pincus were drinking at the NRA meeting, and I was hanging out there, and that's when you know what it was? I made a couple of books, and I can't remember what the name of that book was. It was probably the 50 states of 2A. And I had a book with 50 pages, and each page was a state. And on the New Jersey state, I had a drawing of his range. So I think I was giving him a copy of the book and saying, hey, is it okay if I mainly I just want to make sure it was okay that I put it in there. I've been sued before for including people in my fucking shit. So I wanted to make sure it was cool to have his range in there. And he was like, yeah, sure. So, it was like, he's like, oh, you're that guy making the drawing. I'm like, yeah. So anyway, I met him that time, and I'm trying to remember. That was I probably had him in that book or in my other book as a radio show host because he was still doing the radio show on YouTube.
Yeah, he had, I know who also has his book, Crime Proof, that he put out. And the really cool thing is he's given us multiple copies of signed books that we raffled off. And the community is so small in New Jersey that when he put the book out, of course, a lot of people that were 2A activists, they also listened to his podcast and they supported his book. So I'm at my event, and we have 15, 20 people there, and we have the raffle. And of course, the people buy raffle tickets to support the work we do. And somebody won his signed book, and they were like, "Thanks, dude," but and he took a picture of me. He was like, "Here, raffle it off again because I already have a signed copy of it." I was like, "All right." So we pull another raffle ticket. Second person, yeah, I got a signed copy of it too. I had to raffle this book 3 times. I had to put 3 times in one event just so we could give his book to somebody that didn't already have it, because we support the small percentage of people that are 2A activists support each other to the utmost in New Jersey. And those same people were at my event. And it was just funny because they bought raffle tickets after paying for a regular ticket. They bought raffle tickets to support the work. And they already had the book. So I thought that was pretty cool.
Yeah, it illustrates the camaraderie, I guess. The unity. Mm-hmm. What'd you saying? Did you see that Early Watch is back? I don't remember. That's one of those things. I was actually thinking about how to address this. but there's different eras of either whatever you want to focus on, like YouTube participation, or if you want to look at like content creation, like over time, or however, maybe radio shows even, or writers. I've done writer, actually. I've done some stuff with trying to chart all the different gun books before, but I find it interesting to chart what people are doing, who's doing it, just so that we have a history, because not too many people are paying attention to their own archive and their own history, let alone somebody paying attention to the whole community. So I've thought about doing it for the community of people who, for the lack of a better term, gun channels. And gun channels was from 2013 to 2020. We had a community, and it got to the point where it was making 1 million views. The website was getting 1 million views a month, which is, sizable for that era. And so that means just like a way to say it was like a busy community. A lot of people were there, and it evolved over the time for sure. But during that time, there was I'd say probably 5 phases or 5 eras of people that like came and went in like big groups. And it was interesting as somebody hosting, I created the thing and was running the thing, and it was like one thing when it started, and then all those people sort of left or dissipated, it wasn't what they were looking for. They came with different intentions or something. And then we had this like kind of chill moment there where, it was like, what's going to happen? Like, what happened? Everybody left. And then it got filled again. And everybody was kind of, now it's like, imagine if a bunch of reloaders and a bunch of hunters and a bunch of long range shooters, like maybe the long range shooters and the hunters have a few conversations, but neither one of them gives a shit about their hobbies. Like, they all have their own hobbies. So it was kind of like, coming from YouTube, coming from forums, everybody was just sort of like getting used to each other. And then the next group kind of jived. I can't for the life of me remember like what the focus was, probably CCW or something like that. Maybe it was some TV show or something. And then, there was like these eras, like people would dissipate, and then it would kind of accumulate a bunch of people again. And for the entire time, I was just sort of watching it as a thing to do. It was never making money. It was never gathering data or anything like that. It was just like, I can do it. It's paying for itself. There was enough paying members that, I wasn't trying to make a profit on it. So it paid for the software or whatever and the servers. And I think part of the problem, or part of the growth of it, is that at some point, about 2 years in, I paid for way bigger servers, and then it got way more useful because it wasn't so laggy, so technically it got better. But anyway, somewhere in all there, Early Watch came along. Now, during this whole time, I was doing the show. Or no, I wasn't. For most of that time, I was doing this show. So Jimmy is one of the co-hosts of this show. Like, he was, when I was driving around in like 2018, Bob would host the show. Jimmy would technically run the show because he knew what he was doing. And he was in Phoenix. Bob was in Canada. So Jimmy would start the show in Phoenix. Bob would join in from Canada. They would sort of do the show. And then wherever I was, I would try to stop driving and join in remotely from different places around the country. So Jimmy was like a big part of this show for, I don't know, years. It seems like, I don't know, it seems like forever, that I'm thinking about back in time now. But anyway, so then whenever I got back, I don't remember. Essentially, when I got back, we'd stop doing the show that way because I could host the show again. And then Jimmy was like more like a co-host, and I would drive up, and we were doing stuff in Phoenix once in a while. But at some point, Jimmy wasn't a co-host anymore. And then him and Tony from Illinois started doing a show called Early Watch. And that was sort of, he was doing that show during the Clover Tack and Ghost era of gun channels. So it might have been right before those guys. Right at the beginning of those guys. Didn't they come around about 2018? 2017 maybe? It's hard to remember the past and all that. But anyway, so it depends on how paying attention to what's going on. But so anyway, just a little backstory. And like I've said, I've thought about trying to do something like to kind of chart out the folks that were like big parts of the community. I don't know, other communities obviously existed, and I don't know how often people put up like, the Wall of Fame, or like, the big, the people that accomplish something in the community type of thing, like units do, military units do. But I don't know how many just, general organizations of people or whatever we call ourselves. Anyway, way more of a tangent than needed to be. 3 hours and 4 hours into a show. Briefly, then I guess this is Borderland. It's a part of Ironclad, and this guy's a border patrol agent. He brings people on, and they're like epic, really good conversations. This guy's got experience on the border. He brings people on that have knowledge of the border or relationship between United States and Mexico issues, and this is a really good one. Have you seen this guy before? He's a ex-CIA guy, and I think he has a book probably.
The ex-CIA guy?
Yeah. Bustamante or Boost something. I can't remember his name, but super cool dude. Definitely has like great insight into stuff, and it's worth listening to this one. Like this one is definitely worth listening to. Every time I listen to Borderland, I actually change my fucking opinion on the border, so it drives me nuts. Like so many facets to it. Like the way it's just not a simple answer to it, and it's at least as far as like how to address it, how to deal with it. Ignoring it obviously doesn't work, and you can't do. There's just nothing that there is no answer. It's not like police action could do it. It's not like World Health could do it. There's just too many influences. You need to have lots and lots of different irons in the fire for that situation. All right, so moving on, another part of Ironclad is this part, and I don't know what to call it because they have a lot of stuff going on over there, but have you ever heard any conversations with Chris Voss before?
No, probably not. FBI negotiator Chris Voss.
Yeah, this guy's actually pretty neat. He's sort of, if you've listened to like the kind of conversations on like how to read people, how to get along with somebody that you don't need to get, you need to get along with, but you don't necessarily want to get along with, like how to, grin and bear it type of stuff. Like he's very pragmatic. He has great advice. I haven't listened to this one yet, but I wanted to include it because it's an excuse to talk about Chris Voss. I forgot when I was watching something somewhere and they had him on, and I was like, that was great, but I need more than an hour of listening to this guy. This guy had a lot of insight, and you could just tell that it was just off the top of his head. Like some people, they're just saying the same thing over and over. This guy was just off the top of his head the whole time. And so it really depends on who interviews him, what they get out of him. Because sometimes they're just interested in his stories, and other times they're just interested in how his theory. But essentially, he's an FBI negotiator, so his job is to end shit as fast as possible. And he's like a verbal judo type of thing, except not technically verbal judo. That's actually a thing, but it's like a separate version of that. And it's just really interesting guy to listen to, and then to listen to another person interview him, because like I say, he's just such a knowledgeable person. He's so like easy to listen to. He's like a real mellow, just like anybody who's like super confident in what they're doing. He's he does nothing, no secrets. He's just like telling everybody everything. So sometimes when they're talking about his actual, like if you listen to him on like Team House or something, they're going to ask him about, what happened in this situation? Like what happened? What was the results of this situation? But other shows I've listened to him and they're like, how do I use this when I'm at work? Like, how do I use this to negotiate better next time I buy a house? And he'll answer the questions like appropriately. So it's just a really interesting dude to listen to his interviews. So I probably listened to like 10 of this guy's interviews. I binged them a couple of times. Whenever I probably binged like 3 or 4 of them. And then a year later, I'm like, oh yeah, that guy, I'm going to go listen to anything current he's done, just to kind of get his perspective on stuff. I always listen to Combat Story. They've done a 2-part with this guy, a Green Beret from Afghanistan. I haven't listened to the second part all the way yet. This one I didn't listen to at all, but I've heard this guy on other interviews before. So this is, it's a Marine Force Recon Marine Raider. I think he stood up. Have you heard of this guy?
F that guy, and how old he made me feel. Because they were asking him about, when he joined the Corps, and people were like, oh, he sounds like an old Marine. Even his voice sounds like an old Marine. The son of a bitch joined the Corps the same year I did. I'm like, who's the old guy? Oh, wait a minute. Yeah.
Dude, they've been...
Yeah, I was actually watching that episode. Yeah.
They've been doing, like, stuff with Grenada, or interviewing people with Grenada recently, and then Panama. and Panama was us. Like, I think we were both in at the same time as Panama. So like,
Yep.
listening to people go like, what was it like in the old days with Panama, Grandpa? It's like, fucker. Like, no, I don't want to hear that kind of shit. I mean, I didn't go to Panama or nothing. I was just saying that was like the era of Panama or whatever. But
we were both in, yeah.
But I do like listening to this because of you and Haas got me more and more interested in Marines, because I never paid attention to Marines. I don't think I ever had to learn. Like, we don't have to learn each other's ranks, or do we? I think maybe we do have to learn each other's ranks. At some point, I kind of knew that your ranks were not Navy. Like, you weren't assholes. Like, you and the Air Force were kind of like ours. I mean, we all three are kind of the same until you get into some of the sergeant majors and stuff. But essentially, it's easy enough. Like, but anyway, the Navy is fucked because they use different rockers and they just use different stuff completely. But essentially, you just need to know how to salute, right? When you're first learning.
Yep.
And anyways, that's about as much as I learned about Marines. It's like who to salute, and then like I think I've mentioned this before. You guys were mean to me one time when I was in Fort Lee. So the Marines were yelling at us. So that was about my only experience with Marines, really, until knowing you guys. And now that I've got more interest in listening to Marine stuff, like, we all gave you shit for not having nothing, but you guys never got nothing. Like, you guys always got the shit. You got the leftovers from either us or like the Army or the Navy. And then, hold on, I don't have to do this now. But essentially, it's just been interesting to hear like how kind of bootstrapped. I mean, that's the way to do it. Like, a lot of stuff was just, we're going to do it until otherwise directed. We're not going to do it. Right. And then like, once we did it and performed, it's like, well, now we're going to keep doing it. Right. And then they're like, okay, I guess you can keep doing it. Like, a lot of stuff just happens like that. A lot of stuff is, somebody whispers it to the right guy and he says, yeah, make it happen. And then it's like, all of a sudden you got a credit card and you're doing something. So I do like listening. Like I said, I'm pretty sure I listened to this guy's on a different podcast before.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, is how the Marine Corps bought the Harrier jump jet. It's like, we need this thing. We can do this thing. They showed up at an air show and was like, that's interesting. We want it. And they were able to trick everybody into getting it. Hey, we need a redesign on the M16A1. All right. And we were able to trick everybody into getting it. And then it was the, HK? What's the HK, 416?
Yeah.
Yeah, we want to look into having a BAR again, but modern, built by a company that builds really good stuff. But it's pretty much like a BAR. It's gonna replace our belt-fed Mini-Me. Okay, how many you want? One for every member of the squad. What? Yeah, Marine Corps used the back door to adopt a whole new rifle without ever going through the adoption process. Why did they do that? Because no one would give us money. So we had to figure out how to play the system to get what we wanted.
And after a certain amount of time, and after people are out, like, they'll talk about all that stuff now. So it's, it was like rumors sometimes when you hear about things when you're, when it's happening or right after it happened, but nobody wants to take credit for nothing at the time, right? And then,
not at the time. Not at the time, because you, not so much because of what you were in, but man, they were trying to downsize after the wall fell.
Fuck, dude! Everything was shrinking. Everything was going to like civilian versions of everything. Before everything was, you were wearing a uniform and you went to basic and you were like, no matter what you did, if you were sweeping up after stuff, if you were fucking driving around spare tires between, what do they call them, motor pools, like everybody and touched anything was enlisted to some extent. And Marines, you guys were all riflemen, but essentially everything. And then by the 90s, pretty much anything that you could wear a suit and a tie for, anything that you'd wear, like any kind of cleaning, it was all civilian stuff. Same people, probably. They just didn't get paid by the government, or they didn't get paid by the military anymore. But anyway, no, I was in during that time. And then it kind of went, well, all right, it was a long time ago, but yeah.
But no, I mean, the reason I was saying it is because you were talking about, the stuff you did and the stuff you can talk about now would have got you thrown out immediately. Like, I actually bounced 3 checks when I was in, not on purpose, but because I stayed overseas for my leave instead of coming back stateside. And they changed your pay from cost of living allowance overseas my pay dropped about $150. Well, I'd written a check based on my old paycheck because I was still overseas. Well, no, asshole, you were overseas, but they paid you stateside money because you were on leave. So your check was $150 short.
Crazy. And you don't know
Yeah,
that until the
so
first time it happens.
yeah. I mean, I started out overseas. You know what I mean? My first duty station. So I was never paid attention to the fact that my regular paycheck is going to be less because I've been promoted since the time I went over. So yeah, you get more money. Anyway, I got wait, what happened? I was like, I told him, I didn't do this intentionally. This is what happened. I was well within the money I had. Excuse me, well within the money I thought I got paid, which I've been getting paid. And they were like, okay, no problem, no write up, no disciplinary action. Paid the bank, paid everybody I had to pay, and got back right. Man, probably within 6 months of doing that, if I would have did it again, the Corps was downsizing that I would have actually been thrown out of the military because of bouncing the check from one incident. They would have counted that as 3 separate charges, thereby showing that, you obviously are a problem because you've bounced the check 3 separate times. And it's like, no, that was one incident, one paycheck. You know what I mean? But they were downsizing then. So if you ever took credit for doing something wrong, if you ever got caught drawing outside the lines, they would have booted you. So yeah, that's the cool part about listening to stories from dudes that were in when you were in 30 years later. So they can tell the secrets now because screw you, I'm out. Unless they committed a serious felony while they were there, the statute of limitations is up.
Yeah, and it's just a different, like everything, it's like a different world, right? It's a different set of priorities. It's a different, like we would have gotten in trouble. Like I'm looking at this picture and there's no fucking way you could have rolled up your fucking sleeves and had the white showing, and this guy with the rifle looking up in the air. Like that guy is just some dude who rolled up his sleeves for a picture because we had to fucking backwards do our sleeves, roll it up, and then flip that thing down so that you had your button out and your fucking camo out there.
Really?
And pain in the ass. Yeah, it's pain in the fucking ass to roll up your sleeves. So like you did it because it was hot as shit, but and all the time, like that was just a thing. Like we couldn't just roll up our sleeves. So
we could,
but that was back in the day. Well, that was just a way to fuck with us, maybe, or like their glitch. But I'm just saying, like, once you get to 20 years of global war on terror and it's all those issues, nobody gives a shit about this shit anymore, probably. It's just that this is 1983. I don't believe in 1983 you could just play gung-ho, I'm going to roll up my sleeves like Rambo. I think Rambo was out by then. No,
we could.
Oh, okay. Well, this is an army.
Yeah, Marine Corps could. Yeah, that had to be 3 fingers wide. It had to be, well, I did 3 fingers, about 3 inches. It had to be a cuff, just like dude had. Had to be even, couldn't be sloppy. But sure. Yeah, actually, I used to press mine like that.
Oh,
like I'd roll them up, fold them, crease them.
Yeah, we would 100%. Roll the thing up backwards so that it was like, backwards, and then you'd roll up your sleeve, and then you could put that back part, flap it down, and it would still have the camo and the button out there. And we'd still have to iron it if it was training, but after that, it was just more of like we want everybody to look the same, and we weren't allowed to just roll up our shit. But anyway, it depends on what you're doing. You're not even wearing BDUs half the time, depending on what's going on in the world.
Old school, old dudes talking about what it used to be.
But anyhow, this is 83, and this is talking about Grenada, which was, and it's interesting listening to this stuff because for us, this had just happened, and this was the fucking shit. Like there was Vietnam, and there was Korea, and there was Grenada. There was fucking Panama was about to happen, but this was all there was. So this was, however many, and you listen to them, and I didn't know all the details. I just knew that it was fast and that it happened before us, and that. Well, I wasn't anywhere near any of the Rangers or stuff, but the Rangers all got combat jumps and shit for being in there. And, that was like a whole ripple. Like for the whole 90s, the people that went to Grenada were like, the ultimate shit because that was the only shit that had actually happened.
So, so what was I listening to? I forgot whose not podcast, what channel it was. They were talking about Grenada. It was Simon Whistler. And I think that's what it was. Anyway, I made a comment on it that when I was in, because they were talking about the SEALs that had died, the 4 SEALs that died in Grenada, because they jumped in They were one of the first ones jumped in, and they drowned in the rough ocean. I was actually, when I went through MEPS to process into the Corps, I was there with the son of one of the Navy SEALs that passed away, that died. And he was joining the Navy at the same time I was joining the Marine Corps. And I was like, yeah, hope he made it, because he seemed like a nice dude. And that was it. Well, somebody commented a couple hours later or the next day that I was that son. And I'm like, okay, that could be anybody. You know what I mean? Just saying that because it's the internet. But we were together because we had the same last name, and that's the dude's screen name was my last name too. I mean, if you don't know, my name's T.L. Simon, Mr. T.L. Simon. So I'm like, yo, that might have actually been his son that actually commented on a YouTube video that we were sitting together having this conversation in like 88, 87, 88. That's insane. That the world is that small.
I'm going to keep going just because we're at the 4-hour mark. So we did do some stuff this week. I tried doing a late night chat. I jumped onto StreamYard intending to put this show together, which I either put it together at the beginning of the week and it's a good show and it's like I put a lot of effort into it because I kind of have the thing there so everything I watch can get added to it. Or I try to put it all together on Friday and some things get missed because I watch things all on different computers and on different phones and stuff. So I forget sometimes to include things into the list. So I prefer to set the show up on Sunday and just have it there. Anyway, I was going in to do that and I saw that StreamYard gave us a new tool, a new ability to create a room that everyone can go back, and use over and over again. And I thought, well, that could be useful for something like Every Second Matters or something like that, where, people could use the same link every month or something. And then I thought you could use the same link and then make it go live, but it turned out to be weird. So I don't even know what the point of this service is. But anyway, the result is I decided, I'm going to try doing a live chat, whatever day this was, maybe Tuesday or something, after everybody else's chats were over. And I just was going to invite like Patreons or people who were live and wanted to join, but I didn't feel like sending out invitations to a ton of people the first time because I was still kind of playing with the tech. Anyway, we ended up talking about my gun polls, the polls over on the YouTube. I post the polls all the time, and I usually post on Instagram and X like, hey, the poll started, but I never follow through and like talk about the results of the poll. I just don't want to spam everybody. I figure people either participate or they won't. But I figured it might be useful to actually talk about the results. So that's what we did there for maybe an hour. And then I posted some gear reviews. I get paid to make gear reviews on stuff, so I don't bother people with it, but they're over there. And then this is a review from, holy moly, like years ago. Do you ever remember seeing this Chinese shovel video going around YouTube back in the olden days?
Is this the one? Hold on. Let me see which one it is.
I don't have a picture of the video, but I got a picture of the shovel up there. But the video was like a 1970s grainy videotape video of like Chinese soldiers just doing crazy ass shit with this shovel. Like, like it can chop down trees, it can knock down walls, you can jam it into walls and use it like stairs. Like you can fight hand to hand with it. You can turn it into a hoe and raise rice with it. And all of a sudden they're harvesting rice. It's like you can cook off of it. You can use it as a knife. And it's just a shovel right here. It's just a green shovel, but it's a kind of a crazy video. And I bought the shovel. It took me like forever. This was back when I was making YouTube money, I call it. Like for a while there, YouTube was paying me. I don't remember what years this was. Let's find out. Pre-15 probably. And when I say paying me, like at the time I already had money coming in and stuff. So like my YouTube money was just to play with. And so I decided to buy this dumbass shovel, and it took me forever. Like it really took a long time. It's 13 years ago. It's from 2011. It took me forever to find this shovel. I finally tracked one down, and I can't remember what I paid for it. Probably way too much. But anyway, do you remember this by any chance? Let me see if I have a link to the video. Nice. I don't have any links at all.
I don't remember that one off the top of my head, and I've been following you since forever. I was actually going to look that up. I don't know how I could look it up, how long I've been following you.
Oh, you know what? I think we can look in our channels. If you go to like your members section or something, like I think you can see the amount of time that people have been in, and you can sort by that. Oh man, they're not going to. Oh, this is probably it. We're just going to go ahead and get copyrighted by China. No big deal.
Yeah, well, add that to all the money we owe them.
Yeah, exactly. It's kind of like a kung fu movie. It's kind of like an infomercial, and it's kind of like, let's see, do they have sound? So it's pretty much just the sound effects of the ASMR, and then that like, cowboy movie type of thing.
Yeah, right.
Then it's like function, show, dig, and then it's like chop. Okay, standard stuff for a shovel, no big deal. Climb. All right, that's handy. Like if I fall down a big ass hole, I guess. And then it's like grappling hook. Right on. Now I can grappling hook my way out of shit. But then pulling out nail. All right, that's probably handy. Open up a can of Spam. Right, that's handy. Cut some wire, no big deal. Hang from it. All right. Pry open something, knock down a tree. Gets better. Maybe I already passed it. Setting up his tent, going to sleep with it. Oh, I passed it. So somewhere in here, they're like, oh, hand-to-hand combat. It's probably right here. Right after climbing up a wall with a grappling hook, maybe. And this is 10-minute video of just awesome adventures you can have with your shovel. You need some rope sometimes.
Yeah.
But at some point it turns into a shield, right? For your fighting, when you're fighting. See, now it's a shield. So if you ever get somebody whacking you with a pole when you're sitting in your car, never an issue anymore. And then, boom, now you're standing around on a hill. Boom, grapple with this thing. You guys probably had to do shit like this.
Oh, yeah, sure.
But actually, it would be devastating to whap somebody with a shovel like that. So, it's weird, but anyway. So anyway, this was back in 2011. This was hilarious. We thought this was the funniest video ever. So I decided to go seek out this damn shovel, and I finally got one.
It's killing me because I'm like, I had to have seen this thing because I mean, it went around.
It was like the meme of the day, because videos there weren't that many videos yet, literally. So anyway, I was on my other channel. I post these kind of things on my other channel, and I was in there, and then somebody had made a comment. Like weird people will find videos from the old days and comment on them, like it's a thing. Maybe sometimes it's like, oh, I remember watching this, whatever that is, 25 years ago or something. Mm-hmm. And it's like, for me, I'm like, holy crap, I forgot I made videos 25 years ago or whatever. But yep, there's a video from that. And that was one of the funniest things. This was a massive effort. Look how many other shovels I have. I have two cold shovels. I have a couple of cold steel ones because I really like those. Mm-hmm. And then along the years of going to gun shows, I bought like every other shovel in the world just because I thought they've been neat to see the differences. I probably did a video on them or something. And then, whenever I saw this one, I was like, oh, now I have to get that shovel. That's the dangers of being a collector. You get addicted to completing the collection or whatever. Anyway, so for me, that was the completion of that collection, and I have not bothered to get shovels anymore. It was that disappointing that I never went back to shovel collecting. Actually, I was done. By the time I have those shovels, like everything else would be, historic World War II actual shovels, and that would cost way too much.
Well, I just saw this. I joined YouTube in 2010.
Okay, I joined into 9, but probably like September of 9.
Yeah, but the only reason I joined is because remember you couldn't comment unless you joined back in the day. So It was actually I wanted to comment on something. So I've been watching it for a while. So yeah, crazy.
And in those days, really, YouTube was still. It was makeup, and it was, I don't want to say kicked in the balls, but it was like, it wasn't too many skit things. Maybe it was. I'm trying to remember. There was definitely like a lot of makeup channels, and that's why I hesitated. I'm like, I want to be in this like little kid network or whatever. But then when I was like, oh, you can host videos for free? Okay, let me try putting one up there. I'm like, oh, yeah, that worked pretty good. And then I don't know. It seemed like no time. After I started posting stuff on YouTube, I figured out like, oh no, this is a cool community. This is like a lot of people that are, like you said, like you had to log on to chat, but they were chatting. And it was real time. Like if at the time I was, and this was in 2009, I would have been posting a video. Like if you look at our first video on YouTube, it's a screensaver, I think. And then the next video is me taking the front wood off of an AK upper handguard, because it's just tedious to try to explain to somebody. But if you see it, you're like, oh, okay, I know how to do it now. And so it's this really crude video of me just doing it because we were talking about it on a forum. And I was like, how do I show you this in pictures? Like, how do I make a step-by-step? And I was like, it's a pain in the ass. Like, I don't really think it would be a pain, but I could show you in a video in like 2 seconds. And then I was like, oh, wait, I can post a 3-second video to YouTube or whatever. Anyway, so that's what I originally did, and probably did that a few times to, illustrate something to the forums, from a video. But before I knew it, I was addicted to the immediate comments and stuff from YouTube. You'd comment to something on a forum, and you might have to wait 2 days for that guy to come back and reply. Or you post something and 17 other people reply, and then the person you're talking to finally comes back and replies. And that could have been in 15 minutes. Like, it was just this weird, no way to know how long it would take you to have these back and forth conversations on forums. So when YouTube came along, you could say, I think this, and everybody could say, I agree or I disagree, like in real time. It was pretty crazy.
Yeah, it was, dude. I mean, it was more honest too, because it was like I had to log in. I had to have a name. I had to have an account. I couldn't have been just faceless.
For forums, yeah. Well, not really. I'm gun websites. Like, we still had our...
That's true, too.
But people did use it that way, and still most people tend... I think it's my age, or our age, I guess we're the same age, but, from CB radios and from radios, we all had call signs, because nobody was just saying their whole damn name. It took too long, and it was just dumb. So you had call signs. You wanted to be like the Air Force or whatever when the pilots are talking to each other. So I think it was just a thing. And then for a while, anytime you do something, the next generation has to be like, well, fuck that. I'm doing it the opposite way. So they're like, we have to use our names. And if you don't use your name, you're not authentic or whatever. And then now it's, some mix.
Yeah, because mine was, it still is, I think, Mr. T.L. Simon. Because I wanted to actually stand behind what I said. And if you have a problem with me, you can look me up, because I was that aggressive with it. I'm like,
that was a big thing. That was definitely a factor of why people put their names on there. And I don't have a problem with that. Like, that's legit. Like, it stops people from just being weird and doing dumb shit and instigating, right? Like, that's probably the worst part of the internet.
Yeah, because sometimes I get that, and names called obviously still now. And I'm like, hey, bro, this is my name. This is where I'm at. And this is where I'm going to be every 2 weeks for the next year. So if you really mean this, bro, pull up. I'd never say that online, because that's not what I want my last words to be. But pretty much, if you got something to say or you have some kind of issue, it's not like I'm difficult to find.
All right. Well, it turns out that by hosting the show for 4 hours, we did, in fact, get to where Brooke has posted her show. So I will be able to edit our show here, and put a link to recommend Brooke Cheney's Suicide Awareness Saturday episode, which will be coming up 2.5 hours. It's not like it's right after this show, but it's the next live thing. Remember back in the old days, there was the G23 era where he had a live show after this show. I think until he moved or something. Oh, wait, what am I doing? I'm going to put, this is the weekly wrap up. Sorry, I immediately, by reflex, did some other editing, which I'm used to doing when I'm opening up these shows. But let me put this redirect in here. Anyway, so this will be the next live thing tonight. And then Hillbilly will have his show. He hosts a show and brings a bunch of people together to chat about guns and gun-related, gun-adjacent stuff. Sometimes they just chat about whatever, music and whatnot, if DJ's there. And then Foss will be hosting the overnight tonight, which is every other week usually. So this is a special week. We get an overnight. And I don't know if there's a topic. I saw that he posted it, but I'm linking to Brooke. I don't think he'll mind. So whenever this show ends, now I've gone in and told YouTube to link this show to Brooke's show. So you'll get a little thing that'll pop up on the screen and recommend Brooke's show. I encourage you to share that. Click that. There's probably some little buttons or something you can click on there, and it'll allow you to create a post on YouTube with it, since it's a YouTube announcement. And then just let people know the show's on. That's the kind of interaction with the mechanism that makes it work. That being said, we're way too far into the show. I appreciate you doing the marathon with me here. We've done 3-hour shows before, but not, we've probably done a 4-hour show, but probably with like Clover, right? Like not just by ourselves, I don't think.
Yeah, true.
But appreciate it. You'll get double the royalties for this one because it took.
Oh, so cool! Long. I can put that stick of gum on layaway at the dollar store.
Double zeros, not that much. Double zeros, but yeah, a lot of clout, a lot of street clout. Yeah. But really, thanks for everybody who's been joining us. A couple of people, even like Woods, said he was gonna ditch out of here. Still here a little while ago. DJ out there posting links, much appreciated. DJ helps out Brooke with her show, by the way, and people like Mike White who've been here the entire time. So other folks, Krabby is out there. I don't know if I said hey or not, but thanks for joining in. And if I'm missing anybody, I did not mean to do that. Just scrolling through Agrizer, of course. And hopefully, yeah, we touched on a lot of stuff here tonight. Or this afternoon. Chris from the 740, awesome show. So if we've hit something here, definitely some feedback. This won't be a weekly thing because one, Tony's no way he can afford to do this every weekend, and I can't. But it's also just not appropriate, I don't think, to take up a whole Saturday from people. It's a productive time for a lot of people where they have time to do stuff with, all the folks that they don't get to hang out with during the week. But every once in a while, it is interesting to kind of test the waters, do something different, and live, because screw it, doing stuff produced is lame, in my opinion. I don't know. Maybe once I start doing a bunch of produced stuff and I start rolling in all the produced money, then I'll change my mind. But yeah, thanks for joining in. I do think I will try to figure out a way to have hosts on the Wednesday, the actual weekly wrap up, though. I really don't like to be like a lecture type of thing. I don't know everything, and I don't have the only point of view. I do like to include my point of view because I'm old and I have opinions, but and I feel like the youngins don't have the wisdom to have the cool opinions like we got. So I do want to, throw stuff out there as a little bit of commentary, but at the same time, it's really supposed to be an informational show. So if I have somebody else to kind of help out occasionally, and I'm thinking maybe just ask different people so that it's not like a permanent co-host, so that somebody doesn't have like the job of coming on for free in the middle of the night on Friday, but maybe people that are willing, jump on and do stuff. Then like DJ saying he'll help out. So that would be cool. So like I said, I think it would be an element that would keep it mixed up a little bit, and then moving along, because I don't want the show to get stagnant, and I do want the thing to be effective. The goal is really we talked about a lot of stuff here. We chatted, but the focus was a bunch of important shit and a bunch of projects that are important and I think overlooked for the most part. We have a lot of national level organizations that, they're doing stuff, but they can't do it all and they won't do it all. So, it's up to everybody else to be aware of the stuff that is getting done. Anyway, I'll quit lecturing. I'll shut up. Tony, do you want to tell us one more time about what you got coming up with your projects? And then I'll let that be the end words. We'll wrap it up.
All right, cool. Second is for Everyone Diversity Shoot is going to kick off Thursday. We're going to have an event at Recoil Range in Monroe, New Jersey, 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. Buy your tickets in Eventbrite. Actually, we're pretty much sold out. We only have 5 tickets left. So if you want to get in, cool. Also, we're going to be on the 26th of September. That's also a Thursday. Every one of our events is on a Thursday this year. September 26th, we're going to be at We Shoot at Lakewood, New Jersey. And of course, every Tuesday, I'm on the Firearms Insiders Gun and Gear Review podcast. And you can listen to it live on Gun and Gear Review podcast channel or on firearmsinsider.net, I think. Anyway, we got the show we're on, and thank you very much for having me on. I think that's what we're doing. I have a youth shoot coming up in November with CNJFO. So if you want to help out or find out about New Jersey's busiest Second Amendment organization, go to cnjfo.com. They are 501c3. They volunteer at my events. They help us out greatly, and they're fighting a good fight. And they've grown from being just a startup charity to actually launching lawsuits on their own now. And they're suing the state of New Jersey to get rid of the one gun a month requirement, one handgun a month requirement. They need your help. If you want to help somebody behind the scenes, that's something you can do. Go to diversityshoot.com if you want to help me with my mission of introducing people to firearms and Second Amendment organizations and actually help grow the community by inviting all people, regardless of their race, sex, gender, background, or any other thing they try to divide us up into and make us hate each other. I try to kill that at my events, and I use a sense of humor and the stuff we grew up in. TV shows from the 70s, 80s, and 90s that would be politically incorrect today. Well, that's pretty much how I talk to people because that's how I talk to people in real life. And guess what? No one's offended, no one's clutching their pearls, and everyone's having a good time. So if you want to support that, I take donations. I also have a Patreon. So you can use the links at diversityshoot.com to get there. Also, I'm on X at Second is for Everyone. Second for Everyone, by the way, using just the numbers. Also, I'm on Instagram at Simon Says Train. I'm on Facebook at Tony Simon, or the Second is for Everyone. So you can follow me, help me, share stuff. Please do. We can create our own algorithm if we start sharing each other's stuff. So I really appreciate it. Thank you for listening to me and hanging out with me for the last 4.5 hours.
Right on. Yeah, and thanks for joining in on this. I'll just throw a commercial up here for the store, and we'll see you next week. If I can ever find it. How about we just do this one?
Shit. Ninja? Ninja! Ninja!
It's 11:59 at Radio Free America, and this is